Prince George's County Planning Board. First of all, I want to say that the Planning Board is in session for its March 3rd, 2022 meeting. It is our 81st virtual meeting since the onset of the pandemic. I'm going to remind everyone of the speaker and participation guidelines. Some people seem to forget this, so I'm going to keep reminding everybody. All participants, anyone who intends to participate, or anyone who has exhibits to submit, must pre-register, and all materials or exhibits, if any, must be submitted by the 12 noon on the Tuesday before the planning board meetings, as shown on the screen, as announced in every weekly meeting, as posted on our website, and clearly stated in bold red on our published weekly planning board agenda. Registered speakers and presenters may join the meeting with the link provided via the email from the planning board office, or may listen or participate by phone utilizing the call-in number provided in the email. And of course, the public may continue to watch planning board meetings streamed live, or if you wish to become a person of record, you may sign up on our online web forms. Please follow the cursor, and please see the screen for instructions. I want to acknowledge who we have present today. We have our full complement of the Prince George's Planning Board. I'm Elizabeth Hewlett, I chair. With me is Madam Vice Chair Dorothy Bailey, and Commissioners Shawnice Washington, Commissioner Will Dorner, and Commissioner Manny Giraldo. We also have with us our Planning Director, Andre Checkley, and our Acting Deputy Planning Director, Derek Balaj. I don't know if we have Deputy Planning Director Suzanne King on. We also have with us today our Technical Hearing Writer, Marie Proctor. We have our Chief of Development Review, James Hunt. We have that man behind the curtain who's making all this visual media stuff work, and that is Ryan Cron. We call him the wizard back there. And then we have with us working the PowerPoints, our Senior Planning Technician, Kenny Flanagan. We have our legal counsel, our Associate General Counsel, Delisa Coleman, with us today. And I think that about covers it for now until we get to our individual staff. So before we commence with today's hearings, we always start with a moment of silence to honor those individuals and loved ones throughout our community and nation who passed away since our last meeting of February 24th. We want to remember Kenneth Ellerby, who was the former fire chief of the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department. Of course, we want to remember the latest victims of the widespread coronavirus. And right now, it's more than 80 million cases and more than about 980,000 deaths in the United States. 980,000 deaths in the United States. Over 14,000 deaths in the state of Maryland. We've had over 169,000 reported cases in Prince George's County and over 2,000 reported deaths. So there may be more, but you know, the cause of, we may not know every cause of death. So you know what you need to do. So throughout the nation and the world, we want to remember Sally Kellerman, the actress who appeared in Back to School, but was primarily known for her role as the Army nurse Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan in the MASH movie. Bob Beckel, political analyst and commentator. Ned Eisenberg, actor known for a recurring role in Law & Order Special Victims Unit. Ken Burrow, two-time NFL Pro Bowl wide receiver for the Houston Oilers. Snooty Wild, Memphis rapper killed in Houston. Jamal Edwards, age 31, British music entrepreneur and founder of media platform SBTV to showcase emerging artists. And of course, we want to remember the ever-growing number of victims of the Russian attack on the Ukraine. It is tragic. The numbers escalate every day. We want to keep the residents and citizens of Ukraine in our thoughts and prayers. With that, and of course we extend, Lori Smothers, we want to remember her. She's in our legal department. I know she lost her mother-in-law. I think it was her mother-in-law? I just learned that just now. So we want to remember our very own Lori as well. And of course, we extend our deepest sympathy to any of you who may have suffered a loss of a loved one too. We open our hearts, we extend our hearts to you and lift you in our prayers. If we may have that moment of silence now, please. Thank you. It is the month of March. It is American Red Cross Month. Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, that's colon cancer. And you know what you need to do there. Everybody needs to get their colonoscopy over a certain age, need to get their colonoscopies early. If you're African American, that means 40. They will tell most people 50. So please get your colonoscopies to take care of yourself, because it's one of the most treatable cancers ever if you catch it in time. It is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And I don't particularly like the name, but that's what it's called. But it's celebrated each March to increase awareness of the needs and potential and the absolute potential of persons with developmental disabilities, and to ensure that we provide opportunities so that they can achieve and reach their full potential and lead very, very productive lives. So we want to acknowledge that as well. And finally, it is Women's History Month. And first of all, I want to acknowledge the women on the planning board, the women in the planning department, the women of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, the women, all the women in our lives, the women who've made a difference. And every single person knows of at least one woman who's made a difference in their lives. The women who paved the way for us. And I want to acknowledge the wonderful men that we have as well, who recognize our awesome women and who fully support our awesome women. So I would say all month long, frankly, 365 days a year, but for at least all month long, honor the amazing women in your lives and lift them up, because we tend to hold down the fort for everyone emotionally, and we tend to put our own needs and our own concerns secondary. So I'm asking you to honor all of the women in your lives. It is March the 3rd, and on this date in 1845, Florida became the 27th state of the Union. In 1887, Anne Sullivan began teaching a 6-year-old prodigy named Helen Keller. In 1891, Congress created the Courts of Appeal. And in 1913, on this day, March 3rd, 1913, the Women's Suffrage March took place in Washington, D.C. Ida B. Wells joined the march, as did the 7 weeks young, newly formed Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. They joined that Women's Suffrage March as well. It was their first act of social action, and they joined despite the Black women being relegated to march in a separate Black section of the march, but we did it anyway. In 1931, Cab Calloway recorded his iconic Minnie the Moocher, the very first jazz recording to sell 1 million copies. Can y'all say Heidi, Heidi, Heidi Ho? 1955, Elvis Presley made his first TV appearance. 1966, actor, producer, rapper Anthony Terrell Smith, better known as Tone Loc, made his appearance in this world. In 2007, Robin Thicke topped the 4 different Billboard charts with his album, The Evolution of Robin Thicke. And then we go to slide number 1, please. The Planning Department is hosting a virtual community meeting on the Southern Avenue Metro Station Pedestrian Accessibility Study. It will be on Tuesday, March 8th at 6:30 p.m. And the project team will present suggested improvements to local streets and station connections based on feedback from the community. You can share your views on potential route options. So to register, please see the link on the screen. And for more details, please visit pgplanning.org. Finally, we continue to grapple with very tough times, anxiety, stress, fear, loss of friends and loved ones, and we're tired of the disruption to our lives. Things are picking up, but I want to give a shout out to everyone here, because we show up, we stand up, we push forward, because we are resilient, we are strong, and we do take care of business. We consult with the Prince George's Department of Health on a near daily basis, and thankfully, the good news is the percent of positive test results, the infection rate, and the average daily case rate are all improving. 92.1% of folks over 65 in Prince George's County are fully vaccinated. 82% of 18-year-olds and above are fully vaccinated, and 77% of ages 5 and above are fully vaccinated in Prince George's County. 67.8% of those over 65 are boosted. So the great news is, and according to the CDC metrics, we are now, last week we're at the medium risk, but now we're at the low risk level for the average daily case rate and hospital capacity. That is good news. The other good news was what I reported, and I want to give a shout out to the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, which is our employees are 98% vaccinated. Y'all rock. So even though if vaccinated, that is all the good news, but if vaccinated, particularly if boosted, you are far less likely to die, require a ventilator, to be placed in an ICU, or even be hospitalized. So even though you can still contract it, you're not likely to die. So we want to give a shout out. I want you all to remember we are all in this together. It's not just about you. It's about all of us. So if you haven't done so yet, by all means, please get vaccinated. Please get boosted for yourselves, the safety of your friends, your colleagues, and your loved ones. Think Nike and just do it. I want to remind everyone that we thank you and appreciate your flexibility, your cooperation, and your support as we have pushed forward in this pandemic environment for 2 years now. And as we continue to embark on today's hearings, I ask that you be kind, look out for one another, lift each other up. The suicide rate is extraordinarily high, but your act of kindness, your one act of kindness may make all the difference in the world to somebody. So with that, I thank you and increase our efforts to be kind, to look out for one another. So with that, we're going to proceed with our agenda. We do have a scheduled hearing, but I'm going to take a couple of quick things first. So we're going to proceed in this order. The draft minutes, the consent agenda, draft resolution, and Crane Highway, and then we're going to go with our CDP. Is there a motion to approve the draft minutes of the February 24th meeting of the Prince George's County Planning Board?
Move approval, Madam Chair. Second.
Okay, so I'm going to take, so it's Women's History Month and our women are on it. So I'm going to give it to Commissioner Washington, seconded by Madam Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
The ayes have it 5-0. Is there anyone here to oppose the items on the consent agenda, item 4D, or any board member who wishes to discuss? And if not, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, move approval of the item number 4G on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, seconded by Commissioner Washington. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye.
The ayes have it 5-0. We have before us item 11, which is a draft resolution PGCPB number 2022-25, detailed site plan 17023-03, Addison Row, Phase 2, ETOD. Ms. Kozak is here, but I don't think you have any comments. Do you, Ms. Kozak?
No,
If
no
not-
comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kozak. Is there a motion?
Move approval, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington and seconded by Vice Chair Bailey. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye.
The ayes have it 5-0. Next item is item 9. It is an extension request for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-18016, Crane Commons. Mr. Heath, are you on? Yes, I
Present,
see.
Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Hatcher, are you on?
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Mr. Nukjovic, I'm getting that all wrong. Are you on? Ask that was for, okay, please help me.
Yeah, I'm on. I'm here.
Can you help me help me pronounce your name correctly?
Milkovich.
Milkovich?
Milkovich.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Milkovich. Okay, and Jonathan Raleigh, are you on?
Yes, I'm present.
Wonderful. Okay, so Mr. Heath, you're on.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Anton Heath with the subdivision section. Item number 9 on the agenda is an extension request for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-18016 Crane Commons. This preliminary plan of subdivision was approved by the planning board on January 30th, 2020, and was valid through February 20th, 2022. By letter dated February 4th, 2022, the applicant's attorney, Christopher L. Hatcher, requested a 1-year extension of the plan's approval. This is the applicant's first extension request. If the request is approved, the plan will be valid through February 20th, 2023. The subject preliminary plan approved 50 lots and 12 parcels for the development of 50 single-family attached dwellings and 9,965 square feet of commercial use. Pursuant to Section 24-119 D5A, an extension of the validity of an approved preliminary plan, may be granted by the planning board if all 5 criteria in subsections A Romanet 1 through A Romanet 5 are met. Staff did find that all 5 criterion under this section have been met. Regarding criteria 1 and 2, the extension request was required to be filed prior to the expiration of the preliminary plan, and this requirement was met. The preliminary plan subdivision also remains in conformance with all applicable requirements of Subtitle 27. Regarding criteria 3 and 4, staff found that 2 years is not sufficient time to prepare the final plats, given that condition 1A of the preliminary plan requires the applicant to reduce the number of lots from 75 to 50 prior to signature approval of the preliminary plan. This required the applicant to re-engineer the site. This includes changes to the grading and tree conservation plan. The applicant's stormwater management concept plan has also needed to be redesigned and reapproved by the Department of Permitting, Inspections, and Enforcement. Due to the changes that were required, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, which began shortly after the applicant's approval, staff also found that the developer has not been unduly delaying the filing of the plats. Based on staff's findings and the eligibility of a 1-year extension as found in criterion 5, staff recommends approval of the 1-year extension request for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-18016 Crane Commons pursuant to section 24-119D of the subdivision regulations. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heath. I'm going to hold questions, if any, until after we hear from Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hatcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Hatcher with C.L. Hatcher LLC here on behalf of the applicant for this extension request. I think staff's presentation in the back of materials speak for themselves. So I'll be respectful of everyone's time. I want to thank staff for working with the applicant on this application and also on the coordination with subdivision staff on the upcoming certification plans. With that, we respectfully request that the planning board approve the extension request as recommended by staff. Here to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Appreciate it. I'm going to look to the board to see if they have any questions, because I think that completed my sign up. No, did anyone else wish to speak on this? Yes, we did have people to speak on this matter. So let me see. Mr. Milkovich, did you wish to speak?
Actually, Honor, this is a mistake because I shouldn't be on this case at all. I'm not, I don't know why you asked me. Sorry for that.
Okay,
I'm
somehow
here for Richardson subdivision.
For what?
For
Okay.
Richardson subdivision, case number 2.
Okay, we had you sign up on this one. Okay, no worries. Okay, so Richardson subdivision. Okay. Okay, all right. So we'll take you off of there. Mr. Jolly?
Thank you.
No, Madam Chair, I do not need to speak. I'm here in support of the application, working with Mr. Hatcher, the attorney. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jolly. So let me turn to the board to see if any of you have any questions. If so, just please raise your hand, and if not, we'll entertain a motion on the extension.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendation of staff and approve the 1-year extension for preliminary plan 4-18016.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Madam Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Okay, wonderful. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you. Good luck. Okay. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is item 7, and we're going to proceed in this order. Item 7, item 5, item 6, item 10, and item 8. Somewhere in there will be a lunch break. So we have to see how this goes, and that will probably be in the vicinity of maybe 12:45, Ms. Jones, 1 o'clock, probably in the vicinity of 1 o'clock. All right, so we're going to proceed now with item 7. I want to make sure we have everyone who signed up on this case. Mr. Zhang, do I see you?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay, there you are. Wonderful. I see Mr. Tedesco. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Paul Sun, we have you. Do I see Paul Sun? Paul Sun, are you on? Yes, I see him signed in, but okay.
Madam Chair, Chow Joy with Parks Department is here.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Chow. No, I was coming to you next. Ms. Chow Joy. Okay, we have you too. Chow Joy, you. Okay. Alex Kirchhoff. Alex, do we
Sorry,
have him?
present.
Okay, wonderful. Let's see. Okay, now. Okay, so we have you. Okay, so we have Andrew McCrae. Hey. No, Andrew McCrae. David Green. Okay, no David Green. Glenn Burton.
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Will Capers.
Present, Madam Chair.
Mike Lenhart.
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Alex Viegas.
Good morning, Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Sean Day.
Present, Madam Chair.
Nat Ballard.
Present, Madam Chair.
Brandon Gurney.
Good morning, Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Gregory Wilby.
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Janae Coggins.
Present, Madam Chair.
Okay. Bernadette Goldberg.
Good morning, Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Tiffany Harris Davis. No Tiffany Harris Davis. Rachel Brown.
Present, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. And that concludes my sign-up list. And of course, we are pleased to have with us today our People's Zoning Council, Stan Derwin Brown. So,
always. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. I don't know if I'll see you again, but it's good to hear, but good to see you. So let me say this. This case is going to be rather long. So the next case we are going to hear after this is item 5. So you have a little break. You can go refill your coffee cup or whatever, because you can see by the number of people we have signed up, it's going to take a little while. I can't predict how long, but I'd say you have at least, 45 minutes or so. So, okay, with that, I have, obviously we have the CDP statement that must be read, and that is, this hearing is being held under the general, it is for CDP 2101 Parkland and Rock Creek. This hearing is being held under the general enabling authority of the Land Use Article, Annotated Code of Maryland, and conducted in accordance with the specific requirements and procedures of Section 27-516 through 27-532 of the Prince George's County Code, as well as the Maryland Administrative Procedures Act. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the applicant's submission of a comprehensive design plan proposal and to consider the plan in relation to the criteria set forth in Section 27-521 of the Prince George's County Code. All persons appearing today to present testimony in this particular matter must be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. And I'm going to ask, in the presence of Almighty God, do you solemnly promise and declare that the testimony you are about to give before this board is the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? I need to hear responses.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go right on down the list. I can see everyone. Okay. So, okay, Mr. Viegas,
Yes.
Mr. Gurney,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ballard,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Coggins,
Yes.
Ms. Colbert,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lenhart,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Day.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Now, let me see if I forgot anybody here yet. Okay, Mr. Wilby,
Yes, Madam Chair.
okay. And did I get Ms. Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I think that concludes everyone. Okay, Mr. Zhang, you are on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board, and also good morning to Mr. Brown, the People's Zoning Council. For the record, this is Henry Zhang with Urban Design Section. Item 7 in front of you is a comprehensive design plan for up to 770 residential units, approximately 6,000 square feet of commercial/retail spaces. Within this 770 dwelling units, up to 440 single-family attached, basically townhouses, and up to 170 single-family detached units, and also include 160 age-restrictive multifamily dwelling units. Next slide, please. The site is in Planning Area 78, Council District 6. Next slide, please. The property is outlined in red, basically bounded to the north by the Ritual Marble Road and to the south by the Westphalia Road. Next slide, please. This site, as you see, is a part of the larger property known as the Village at the Westphalia. This property basically split zone in RM, which is residential median density, and also local activity zone. You see here in the middle of the exhibit, the red portion is LAC zone. And then basically this is the remaining part along with the property to the east, basically make up the larger property. Next slide, please. This is the overlay zone map. Basically, the site is within the military installation overlay zone for both noise and height. This military overlay zone associated with the Joint Base Andrew. You see here on this exhibit, MIO zone basically cleaves the southwest corner of the site. Next slide, please. The aerial photo shows the site basically is undeveloped. Majority of the site basically are wooded. Next slide, please. There are various regulated environmental features on this site. Next slide, please. This is a master plan roadway map, shows that the Rich Marble Road basically is arterial roadway in red, and the Westphalia Road is a collector roadway. I would like to bring the board attention to the blue roadway, which is a major collector, 631. You see here, basically it's running south-north direction along the western boundary areas of the site. And then if you look to the further west, their existing neighborhood, there is a Mattapique Road here. You see right in the middle, intersect with another roadway here. Yeah, this is the one, Mattapique Street, which ended at a property along the west boundary. Next slide, please. This basically exhibits showing the basic plan. This basic plan was approved with 2007 Westphalia Sector Plan and Sectional Map Amendment, basically known as the zoning change number 9. And as the rest of the, all the basic plan, this plan established development caps for the larger property. If you look at in the middle of this exhibit, there's a bold red line. That's basically the roughly division between the eastern portion, which was approved by the planning board under CDP 1701, known as the preserve as Westphalia, and then the west portion, which is the land cover under this CDP, basically is the remaining part of this larger basic plan. According to the review of the staff, both the residential components and the commercial/retail component has been fulfilled by the proposed CDP. That means this CDP basically in conformance with the basic plan. Another thing I'd like to bring the board attention is please look at the western boundary line. You see here the connection between the Metapeake Road to the MC 631 basically was anticipated by this basic plan. Next slide, please. This is the comprehensive design plan for the CDP. You see here the major vehicular access to the development path proposed in this CDP will be provided through the MC 631. And then there's a yellow circle here. That's the possible connection between the MC 631 and Metapeake Drive. And then in this CDP, there are 7 development paths. You see here A, B, all the way through G have been proposed basically for the whole development. And also you will see here the possible access points to both the roadway, Rich Marlboro and Westphalia Road, and also possible access point to the eastern property, which under different CDP. And then also on this exhibit, you see this green stars. That's the possible location for the on-site rec facilities. Next slide, please. This is the illustrative plan, but that shows more detailed information. On the right upper left-hand corner, you will see a large building print, That's basically the proposed age-restrictive multifamily building will be accessed directly, will reach Marlboro Road, and then further down, you will see those small building footprint in yellow, which are for the townhouses. And then those in the footprint in the light green are single-family detached. Next slide, please. This basically shows you a staging plan. Roughly about 8 phases have been proposed for this development. First phases, early phases like 1 and 2 will be started at the lower right hand. Basically are those townhouses within the LAC zone, and also the townhouse part on your upper right hand will be in the early phases, and then gradually the development will be progressing to the middle, and the age restricted part will be in the later stage. Next slide, please. This is basically my last slide for this presentation, and I would also want to let the planning board know that this CDP also include a very comprehensive design guide, and basically establish the development standards for this whole development, and then which has been included in this application. And then staff also have some condition which would like them to make some amendment and revision. Basically, the required finding in section 27.5.21 has been basically fully met. The detailed discussion have been provided on page 11 to 16 of the staff report. No agency is opposed to the approval of this CDP. We received a late memo from DPI, but included in the additional backups. Their comments, as usual, will be enforced through their separate permitting process. Also, there are some citizen opposition, and then some of them also signed up to speak. The applicant submitted 3 exhibits, which include, of course, the revision to the conditions, has been included in the additional backup. The urban design section recommends that the planning board adopt the finding of this report and approve comprehensive design plan CDP-2101, including Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP1-022-2021 for Parkland and Rock Creek project, subject to 9 conditions, as stated on staff report from page 26 to 31. This basically concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. I will see if there's any questions in a moment. I just want to acknowledge, because you referenced the applicant's exhibits, and I do want to indicate, yes, we have labeled applicant's exhibits regarding the proposed conditions as applicant exhibit number 1. The community outreach notice and the mailing list was applicant's exhibit number 2. And the community outreach presentation is applicant's exhibit number 3. And all of them are included in the record at this time. We also have additional exhibits. We have written testimony from Ms. Tiffany Harris Davis. So that is citizen exhibit 1A. And then there is a Westphalia Woods survey of subcommittee members, and that is 1B, citizen exhibit 1B, that accompanied the letter. And then there is written testimony from written response from Rachel Brown, and that is citizen exhibit number 2. So we have all those in the record. So now I'm going to, excuse me. We have DPI in there. The DPI letter, yes, we have that in the record. Yeah, thank you. So with that, I'm going to turn to the board and see if any of you have any questions. I'm going to turn to Madam Vice Chair.
No question.
Commissioner Washington.
Mr. Zhang, I may have missed it, but did you indicate whether you were in agreement with applicant exhibit number 1 in terms of the proposed changes to the conditions?
Yes, I think we have a discussion with them. We in general general agreement with them.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I take it you might elaborate because you said general agreement, but okay. Commissioner Dorner?
No questions, thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
The only question I have is the same one you raised. What does it mean you said general agreement?
Well, maybe when we get to that, I noted it, I flagged it, so both of us are curious about that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm going to turn to Mr. Brown, just Mr. People's Zoning Council, to see if you have any questions or comments.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Tedesco.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board. Good morning, Mr. Brown. It's good to see you again. Saw each other yesterday, but it's good to see you again on a Thursday. For the record, Matthew Tedesco at the law firm of McNamee Hosey here on behalf of the applicant, Stanley Martin Homes, LLC. With me this morning, as we typically do, I do want to take a moment to just introduce the team. Although you have shared all of their names during the roll call, I just want to identify who they are and who they're with. On behalf of the owner for the Rock Creek Baptist Church property, which is RCBCRM LLC, Mr. Greg Wilby is with us. For Stanley Martin Homes LLC, which is the contract purchaser of both the Rock Creek and the Parkland properties, we have Brandon Gurney and Sean Day. From Rogers Consulting, who are the civil engineers and land planning team, we have Alex DeJegas and Nat Ballard. From Lenhart Traffic Consulting, our traffic engineer, Mr. Mike Lenhart. And although not with us, I do want to make note of our community outreach folks helping us is GS Proctor and Associates. Both Mr. Steve Proctor and Trey Proctor have been engaged and involved in our outreach efforts. As you can see from just the backup material and from the testimony, we have been fully engaged, and I'll get into that in a little bit with the immediate community on this application. I want to thank Mr. Zhang for his presentation this morning and briefing the board on this project, as well as his efforts and work on the staff report, as well as Ms. Kozak and your entire team. I also want to thank the chair and the board for, obviously, I think it goes without saying, your continued support on moving these applications forward, notwithstanding a 2-year pandemic, and doing this virtually. And I hope everyone understands, especially the chair, that we greatly appreciate your leadership throughout this time, but in your tenure. So with that being said, Madam Chair, the board should be generally familiar with at least this surrounding property. This quadrant of the Westphalia sector plan area, Ritchie Marlborough Road and Westphalia Road, as Mr. Zhang indicated, was part of the 2007 Westphalia sector plan, in particular change number 9, which rezoned these 3 properties. We've referred to them as the Rock Creek Baptist Church property, which on your screen is the property to the north that's outlined in red, the Parkland property, which is below it in the outline in red, and then to the east of it, the property formerly known as the Bean property during the sector plan, but now known as the Preserve at Westphalia. All were comprehensively rezoned to the RM and LAC zone as part of the sector plan, which, as you all know, the Westphalia sector plan is a unique sector plan in the sense that it is one of, I think, only 2 sector plans that had a comprehensive land use planning study prepared by staff in advance of the adoption of the sector plan, which, because of that, creates its own little uniqueness in the zoning ordinance as it relates to these entitlements and these approvals. The Preserve at Westphalia property to the east on your screen, that was, as Mr. Zhang indicated, approved by the board and the district council, the CDP, back in October of 2018. The preliminary plan of subdivision was June of 2020. And then the SDP most recently was just this past fall, the end of September 2021. Stanley Martin Homes has purchased that property. They did take it through the entitlement process related to the SDP that this board approved in September. There was no appeal, and that decision's final. We are actually in for certification of that and moving forward ultimately with plats and permitting and site work. This CDP is the extension, more or less, of that overall concept development plan from the sector plan. We have the same builder. This is a somewhat unique circumstance in the sense that we are at the early stage of entitlements with the CDP, as the board knows and the community knows that we've been engaged with. The CDP is the first step of a multi-step entitlement process. The next will be the preliminary plan of subdivision, and then the specific design plan, and then ultimately the record plats. The uniqueness here is that Stanley Martin Homes is the builder, but also self-developing this site as an extension, more or less, of the preserve. So we view this as somewhat holistically, and we'll get to the basis for that in some of the recommended revisions to conditions as it relates to the development plan for consistency. As Mr. Zhang indicated, it's provided in our justification statement, and which is also part and parcel to the text for the CDP, because all CDPs in the comprehensive design zone require texts which serve as the development standards for the project, which I should mention, we further incorporate and adopt as testimony here today. And as much as we might need that in the future, I do want to make sure that record is clear on that. The proposed development in this portion of the Parkland Rock Creek property is within the maximum allowed density ranges for both the RM and LAC. It's actually below the density allowable for RM and LAC. The properties were rezoned as change number 9 to the RM and LAC zones pursuant to the adoption of the Westphalia Sector Plan and SMA. The development concept plan, the development concept, which is concept 4 in Appendix 1 of the sector plan, serves as the basic plan, and the land use quantities are to be determined at the time of CDP, as provided for in CR 2-2007 Draft 2, and contemplated by Section 27521A and 27540G, in which the referenced exhibit 58, was to establish and provide guidance for the development regulations to be incorporated. To that end, the applicant has provided a CDP that's before you this morning and the text that satisfies the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and we contend properly implements the development concept provided in the sector plan. As such, the applicant further incorporates and adopts its testimony, as I mentioned, of the statement justification, which serves as the text. Now, throughout this process, as I mentioned earlier, we've had a lot of engagement with the community as well as with your staff. And if I had to put a theme on this particular project, I would say that the word balance comes to mind. There have been a lot of things that this project has had to balance, notwithstanding what's needed for the applicant to secure and provide a high-end successful development, but also balance the needs of staff, both environmental planning, transportation planning, urban design, community planning, historic preservation, et cetera. We work closely with all of those groups, but also balance, the community's desires and needs. And to that, I want to thank Ms. Coggins, as well as Ms. Harris Davis and Ms. Brown, as well as many others who have participated but may not be here, Ms. Bird for being here as well. As part of our exhibit package, we submitted information regarding an October 19th meeting that we initiated with the community. From that point, we've had countless numbers of meetings and conversations with the Westphalia Woods community, headed up by Ms. Coggins and Ms. Harris Davis, as well as a number of conversations, one-on-one conversations with Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown is and her husband are the property owners of Parcel 95, which is kind of the square.
Yeah, can you guide Mr. Flanagan?
Sure, Mr. Flanagan, if you could, along Westphalia Road, there's a red box surrounding, it's right there. That's Mr. and Mrs. Brown's property, and she'll testify to that, so I don't want to speak for her, but we have had no less than a half a dozen or more meetings with Ms. Brown, as well as a number of formal meetings, all virtual, but nevertheless formal meetings with the Westphalia Woods community. And the Westphalia Woods community is community immediately to the west, the single family homes to the west of the property for which Mattapique Drive bisects. And Ms. Coggins and I believe Ms. Bird will speak more to that, although both have submitted written testimony into the record, which we thank them for. One of the, and getting back to the theme of balancing, the needs of this project with the applicant's ultimate needs, one of the things that we heard very, very clearly and loudly from our meeting in October 19, 2021, with the Westphalia Woods community, which was attended by other residents throughout that area, not just Westphalia Woods, although that meeting in particular, there was a number of participants. But one of the things we heard from Westphalia Woods was at that time, the depicted connection of Mattapique Drive to MC 631. So when we resubmitted in, I guess, November or December for acceptance, we removed that connection from the CDP plan, notwithstanding the fact that the Exhibit 58, as Mr. Henry Zane correctly identified, provided an arrow showing that connection. In response to the community's requests, we removed that, which I know they appreciate, and I said we've worked very closely with them, and they'll speak more to that. Further, we've been working very closely with Ms. Brown as far as future site development layouts and things of that sort related to in particular Pot E, which surrounds her property. And those conversations and those efforts are very much ongoing. So I do want to make sure that we are conveying, you know, the applicants, and I hope you saw it in the written testimony, at least from Ms. Harris Davis, their appreciation of the applicant's efforts. But I do want to make sure that the board understands that we are collectively, the applicant, and the development team, as much as possible, attempting to respond to the interests while also being mindful of what is necessary to successfully deliver this project. I think at this point, Madam Chair, I do have applicants Exhibit 1, but I think in the interest of the citizens that are here, because some of our revisions are in reference to some of their testimony, I think it probably is worthwhile for me to pause at this moment, take any questions if there are any, and then maybe let the citizens, Ms. Coggins and Ms. Bird and Ms. Brown speak, and then I can come back and see where we're going, and then maybe go through those revised conditions, which we have shared with the residents.
Okay, so a couple of things. First, I'm going to see if the board has any questions of you, Mr. Tedesco. Then we will go to the citizens. Do you want to hold off on your applicant's exhibit number 3?
So applicant's exhibit number 3, we just, as we typically do, as you've seen before in other cases, we provided that so the board could see the presentation materials that we shared with the community. They're generally similar to what's now before you. It's been modified and tweaked just a little bit. Primarily, the biggest is the response to removing that access on Mattapique Drive. We had shown that originally on October 19th, and obviously that was met with a lot of resistance from the community. So in response to that, we further updated the CDP, which is before you now. But I don't need to go through that PowerPoint presentation. It was more just for your edification so you all could see what was shared with the community, at least back in October.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tedesco. I will, you know what, let me go to Mr. Zhang first, and then I'll go to the citizens. Mr. Zhang, did you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a very quick addition to what I say in general conformance. On the applicant exhibit 1, which is to revise the condition, the staff recommend that connection. I think the basically connection Mattapique Drive to the MC 631, and I think applicant, as a result of the community outreach, they try to
hold on a second, Mr. Zhang. Can you direct Mr. Flanagan again so we could, because I see you're discussing that access. So what is the best slide for that? I think it's
I think the best one will be the slide number 10.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. You see here the circle in yellow? That's basically the route location for the Mattapique Drive connected to the MC 631. Because in the staff condition, we have condition 5E, which asks them to connect it, but I think in the revision proposed by the applicant, they tried to remove that condition based on their outreach, effort with the community. So that's why I didn't say completely in agreement, this general agreement with the applicant. That's the thing I need to explain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so it's in our conditions for that connection there, and you mentioned this in your staff report. But then in applicant's exhibit 1, which is on actually page 6, I think, or page. Actually, it's page 5 of the proposed conditions. 5E. That's where it's shown as eliminated.
That's correct.
So that's the part that we're not in agree with. That was in there, according to Mr. Tedesco. they had already planned for that connection, but they're removing that in consultation with the community at the community's request. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if I don't want to belabor it because I want to give the opportunity to citizens to make the case on it. But yes, we originally had showed it. After meeting, we removed it on the plan. Staff has asked that it be put back. So we're asking for it to be deleted in contemplation with what we submitted as well as what the citizens had requested.
Okay. But, so I just wanted to just state where we are here on this in terms of what your position is, what the citizens' position was, that you did have it in as a condition, and you did show it. The citizens requested that it not be connected. Our staff requested that it connected, and there are reasons for that. We went forward over the staff report. So with that, I'm going to turn to, and then we'll have people address this. I guess maybe Mr. Burton, but we'll have folks address this. But I am going to turn to our sign-up list, and I'll start with Ms. Coggins.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Janae Coggins. I am a current resident of the Westphalia Woods community, which again is directly adjacent to the planned development for CDP 2101. I've lived in this community for over 25 years. I grew up here. This is the only neighborhood that I remember. I had every intention of staying here and raising my future family here one day. And I'd like them to be afforded the opportunities that I had, these nice green, lush grass, trees, ability to ride my bike, jog, walk our dogs safely. I'd like to maintain those conditions. Currently, as we all have discussed, the connection to Mattapique and the planned MC 631 is the recommendation of the staff. And I would just say that myself and members of the community are strongly against this connection for a few reasons. Number one, safety. Right now, Mattapique Drive does not have the infrastructure to accommodate the influx in traffic. We have no sidewalks. The right-of-way is minimally wide. Oftentimes, you'll see folks trying to pass each other and they can barely pass with the current right-of-way width. Also, our neighbors walk and jog and, through this neighborhood and with no sidewalks. The children are on these roads when they're waiting for their school buses. So to have influx in traffic through Mattapique Drive, I can't see that as being safe. Secondly, just maintain the peace and tranquility of our neighborhood. We, as a community, understand that development is inevitable. It is literally happening on every side of our property. And we understand that, and it's scary, but it's happening. The only request that we had was to maintain our ingress and egress into the community, which would be one, the Mattapique Drive off of Westphalia and not connect to the planned MC 631. That way, any drivers coming into the community are literally here to visit our homes, and that's it. There's no unwanted traffic in and out of our community. We just really, really like to maintain that. And third, respectfully, I've read through the staff report. I've read through the accompanying backup information, and I did not see a traffic impact study for our community requiring the need for the connection to MC 631. So I just asked if the board, makes this happen, if you could take a second look at it, maybe do an impact study to see how that would affect our community. But again, I just want to put stuff, I don't want to belabor it. I know we've been talking about this over and over again, but to be clear, myself and members of the community are vehemently against this connection of the Mattapique Drive to MC. So thank you for your time.
Well said, Ms. Coggins. We thank you for your testimony and your concern for your neighborhood. Maybe I'll turn to Ms. Colbert first, and then Ms. Rachel Brown, and then see if there's any questions of any of them. Okay, and then we're going to have Mr. Zhang or Mr. Burton or Ms. Coleman talk about where we are with this, because there's a reason. I don't think they put this request in there willy-nilly. I think there is a strong reason, and that's what we will have to grapple with. So we're going to need you to respond. So with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Colbert.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Bernie Colbert, and I live at 2803 Hatboro Place. Today, I'm here in opposition to the Transportation Department's recommendation that a 60-foot residential street connection is shown linked to the stub end of Mattapique Drive to MC 631. When we first learned about the plans for CDP 2101 and the multiple other developments back in October of 2021, we were really concerned about this connection to a major roadway. Our concerns for this project were that a through road would first increase fast-moving traffic through our existing fairly narrow roads in the community, where infrastructure of limited lighting, no sidewalks or curbs exist. Children play in the street in front of their homes, and many of our neighbors take daily walks. This change to the environment would have a devastating impact on the safety of our residents. Second, with more vehicular traffic comes more crime and criminal intent and less privacy. And with vehicular traffic, more noise and air pollution. These issues all contribute indirectly to lowering our home's value. In the coming months, my neighbors and I met with Stanley Martin, as Mr. Tedesco stated, and thank you so much, and others in the county, such as Mr. Hunt and Mr. Brown, thank you, to better understand this invasion of our community. Stanley Martin listened to our concerns, including this road extension and tree coverage that abuts the new development. In the end, Stanley Martin agreed not to pursue the extension of Mattapique Drive. However, we learned through more research that the county government agency was spearheading this recommendation to improve the road. We as a community recognize that cannot stop development, nor do we want to, but proper planning should holistically incorporate the affected community's views and concerns. There was a quote that was in the report that stated, many of recent residential developments have discouraged physical connections and roads, trails with neighboring communities due to concerns over privacy, noise, and cut-through traffic. However, reducing connectivity has shown to actually cause, rather than remedy, congestion. This, in my opinion, is not about congestion. This is about maintaining a quality neighborhood environment irreversibly disrupted by this proposed connection to the major artery. My neighbors and I do not want that. Please consider the recommendation to extend Mattapique for these reasons and more. Like many others, including Jeanette, my husband and I purchased a home in Westphalia Woods for tranquility. Please allow us to have what we intended when we purchased our home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Colbert. Well said as well. And now I'm going to go to Rachel Brown.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly this morning. Again, yes, my name is Rochelle Brown, and I am an adjoining property owner. As Mr. Tedesco pointed out, my husband and I own the parcel 95 on Westphalia Road. That's the small square that is carved out from this development. Our property includes a 1935 farmhouse located on the western portion of our property.
Hold on a second, Ms. Brown. Can we? Okay, right there. Because right there where the cursor is, can you see that?
Yeah. Yes, that is it.
Okay, thank you.
So our home is on the western portion of the property. And before my husband and I owned it, that was the home where I grew up. So it's been in my family for almost 40 years. My husband and I generally support the applicant's development plans. However, we do have 3 concerns that I detailed in my written submission. The applicants have agreed to address 2 of those concerns. The third concern, however, pertains to staff recommendation to add a public road through Pod E to connect Westphalia Road to the preserved property. I acknowledge that most people don't want a public road near their houses. However, I think a public road in this area could be particularly devastating to our home because, as you can see from the drawing, we already have Westphalia Road at our southern border property line. And then there's commercial development planned for our eastern property line. And so depending on exactly where a public road would be required within Pod E, that would basically disturb our northern and western property line. So we'd be sort of encircled and potentially encircled by any and everything but the residential environment that that's there or planned for there. So if the public road is required, our one request is that the board and other decision makers please identify a location that is as far away from our western property line as possible to preserve our home and minimize any potential negative impact on it. So before concluding my statement, I would just like to say thank you to the board for its time and its consideration about this particular concern. And also thank you for all the work that you've been doing to make the county as beautiful as it continues to be. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
I'm going to double check first to make sure that Tiffany Harris Davis did not sign on after we called her name. No. Okay, no. Okay, let me say this to the citizens who signed up. We're very appreciative that you took the time to sign up and express the concerns for your neighborhood. You expressed them very well, very thoughtfully, and with obvious concern, and very, very respectfully. And so we certainly appreciate that, and we encourage that. And very often people will say, thank you for the opportunity to present, and that's your right. You know, that's your legal right to be able to do that. So, you know, always speak up when you have the opportunity for things you believe in. We may or may not be able to accommodate everything that you're requesting, but it is your right, and that's what we will have to grapple with today. But we do thank you for your comments, and then I'm going to see if the board has any questions of the three speakers, starting with Ms. Coggins, who is first, then Ms. Cole-Bird, or Ms. Brown. And I'm going to start with Madam Vice Chair to see if you have any questions or questions that you'd like to ask.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair, but I certainly would like to associate myself with your comments to Ms. Brown and Ms. Coggins and Ms. Berg. You represent the amazing citizens that we have in Prince George's County, and as the Madam Chair indicated, we may or may not be able to honor your requests and your concerns, but the fact that you showed up today, you expressed them in just a marvelous fashion, and you do our hearts proud of the citizens that we have in Prince George's County who are willing to come out and participate and exercise your right to voice your opinion. So thank you so very much for coming out. You do us proud. Whether we can agree with you or not is another issue. We'll have to look at that, but you really show exemplify the types of citizens that we have in Prince George's County that we're very proud of. No questions, Chair.
Well said. And what we mean by that is we're going to have our attorneys on. We're going to have our transportation folks on to try to address this issue. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Washington.
No questions, but certainly need to associate myself with both your comments, Madam Chair, as well as Madam Vice Chair. And thank you, Ms. Coggins, Ms. Brown, and Ms. Cole-Bird for your attendance and testimony today.
Okay. Now we have to Commissioner Dorner.
No questions. And yeah, totally agree with Vice Chair Bailey and Chair's comments as well. Thank you a bunch for coming out today.
Thank you. And Commissioner Giraldo. You're muted.
I have no questions, Madam Chair, but I do want to associate myself with the comments of my fellow commissioners. I really appreciate, we all appreciate when citizens come in and express the concerns and desires that they have for a better neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Brown?
Yes. I also wanted to echo those comments. This community met with myself and Mr. Hunt during a 2-hour plus video call on a Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock. And their efforts during that call were well worth it. They educated themselves on the technical staff report, all of the other documents that Mr. Hunt and I directed them to, and that was reflected in their comments today. They understand this application very, very well. They understand what can be done, what cannot be done, and I'm happy to see that they showed up here today. I don't have any questions of them. However, Mr. Tedesco, I do want to clarify a point in the record that you made earlier. You indicated that Stanley Martin Homes LLC is the contract purchaser. The staff report and several other documents in the file indicate the applicant is Stanley Martin Companies LLC, a Maryland limited liability company. I need you to clarify that particular entity no longer exists as of February 2021. It was converted to a Delaware limited liability company, which is Stanley Martin Homes LLC. And so all documents in the record should reflect that the applicant is in fact Stanley Martin Homes LLC, which is in good standing in the state of Maryland. And the applicant listed on various documents in the file indicating otherwise should be corrected.
Mr. Tedesco?
Mr. Brown is correct. The entity is Stanley Martin Homes LLC. I believe all documents applications reflect that, Mr. Brown, but we will certainly double check that based on the reasons that you identified with respect to the conversion of those entities to the Delaware entity. But it is Stanley Martin Homes. I will verify that all applications and required documents reflect that. I believe that they do, but we will certainly verify that.
And that means on our end too. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tedesco. Okay, so with that, I think I'm going to turn to someone on our staff who can address the issue. Maybe Mr. Burton first might be the best person to address the Mattapique Drive connection.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Glenn Burton with the Transportation section. I don't know if you all can see me.
We can't see you. Oh, now we see you.
Okay, sorry. So this particular connection has its genesis with the approval, the adoption, and then subsequent approval of the Westphalia sector plan back in 2007. So
by the county council?
I'm sorry, yes, by the county council. And so this particular issue has been known to the public for the last 15 years or so. More broadly speaking, the county, through the various master plans and sector plans, and of course our general plan, have widely endorsed the concept of neighborhood connectivity and why it's important in terms of mobility, both from a pedestrian and a vehicular perspective. I am well aware of the negative aspect of connectivity as it pertains to cut-through traffic. I've heard that argument made many times over the years. And while I'm not here to dismiss the concept of cut-through traffic, I think on balance, we have to trade off competing interests, as is often the case in planning. Some things are good, some things are not so good, and we have to walk that fine line. One of the things that I should point out when it comes to cut-through traffic, which most people think of as a negative thing, the citizens of a given community are also beneficiaries of an open roadway that was once closed off in terms of their own ability to get in and out of their community. If you live in this community and you work in Largo, for example, having this road connected would be in your best interest, depending on where within this Westphalia community you live and what where your ultimate destination is. So on the one hand, one may want to keep certain people out of your community, but you're also making it more difficult for certain desirable entities like emergency vehicles, for example. You imagine how much easier it would be for a fire truck or an ambulance or a police to get into your community if they had multiple ways to get in and out. On a lesser importance, but important nonetheless, are other service vehicles, school bus, garbage trucks, delivery vehicles, being able to access your community from multiple points and less reliant on the more heavily traveled roadway. So from a traffic engineering perspective, there are distinct advantages when more opportunities are opened up, literally opened up, for vehicles to get in and out of one's community. So I would just ask everyone, when we look at neighborhood connectivity, to not focus exclusively on cut-through traffic. There are other benefits, even among the very community that are voicing their opposition. But getting back to the specifics of this case, we in the transportation felt compelled to push forward with this recommendation, if for no other reason is the fact that the planning board and the county council affirmed the importance of that connection when they approved the sector plan 15 years ago. And with that,
Burton, I have another question. Burton, I have a question. So, because I'm not sure it was just that the council didn't approve it solely in the sector plan, in the Westphalia sector plan. Was it anywhere else? Was it in the basic plan?
Correct. So this, yes, there's a history behind this particular connection, and now that we're here with the comprehensive design plan, it would seem prudent for us to continue what was already started in previous approvals. Before I give up the mic, I just want to speak to there was a lady who spoke about Pod E on the connect. There was another connectivity issue towards the southern end of the site.
That was Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown.
Yes, sorry, I forgot her name. Yes, she had some concerns about having another connection to the west of her property. When I began my review of this case, my first preference was to have a public street that runs from Pod G all the way across to Pod D. That was my first preference. I thought that would have been a better way to address connectivity to the adjoining property from a different perspective. That was not feasible, I was told by the environmental staff facilitating that east-west road. So my second priority, since that was not feasible, was to have that connection towards the south, which would take the road through Pod E. But one way or the other, I think it is important to have some connection by way of a public street between the established development to the east with what is being proposed. And it is, I assume at the time of preliminary plan, we will have a more definitive location as to where exactly that road going through Part E will be. But broadly speaking, I think such a connection is necessary to enhance circulation, not just for vehicles, but for bicycles as well.
So, Mr. Burton, your first preference, which was more or less poo-pooed due to environmental concerns, would have been more, would have addressed some of Ms. Brown's concerns? More so?
Well, it would obviate the need for the road to the west of her site. So,
correct.
So yes.
So at some point, I'm gonna want to hear from our environmental folks about why that is. Because maybe that's one thing perhaps we can address, because we have to balance those concerns with her concern and with Ms. Brown's concerns as well, especially since that was transportation's preferred access too. So,
Madam Chair, I'd like to be heard on all of this as well.
Okay, so you can be heard. Hold on a second. You can be heard. So I want to see, and then the other thing is I'm going to turn to Ms. Coleman or to Mr. Zhang, because I want to, this is my dilemma. A comprehensive design plan is a second phase. This is a comprehensive design zone. It's different from regular Euclidean zones. So it's a comprehensive design zone, and a comprehensive design plan is the second step in a comprehensive design zone. So you have the basic plan, you have the comprehensive design plan, and then you have the specific design plan. So this is the intermediate step or phase. So we are told that this connection from Mattapique Drive is set forth in the sector plan, in the Westphalia sector plan. I believe, and I'm asking council, that it was also carried forth by the council as approved in the basic plan. And I don't know if it's anywhere else, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd like to know, because that tells us what our parameters are. So whoever is prepared to address that, it may be, I don't know if it's you, Ms. Coleman, are you prepared, or Mr. Zhang or Mr. Hunt?
Madam Chair, yeah, if I may, as you 100% correctly stated, this is the second phase of the comprehensive design zone development. And then in this phase, the focus is not on the connection. It's not on the road network, and because this is, we do have the adequacy test for the transportation facility, but the real adequacy test will be carried out at a later stage, which is the preliminary plan of subdivision. The focus of this stage of the comprehensive design plan is to make sure the CDP conform with previously approved basic plan, and then at the same time establish the right or currently basically we're based on the best practice of the relationship between the uses, intensity and density, and also establish the development standards, to make sure the development will be carried out as we envisioned in the original basic plan.
Okay, but I'm trying to find out, and I appreciate that. The comprehensive design plan needs to be in conformance with the basic plan. Did the basic plan show this connection?
Yes, actually, yes. If you go to the slides, I believe it's number 7.
I think it's slide 9.
Okay, slide 9. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hahn. Yeah, slide 9. They did show a couple of others as well, but this just like as we deal with many basic plans, they just like the vision at that time. So this with the progressing of the development, additional information appear, and more engineering data coming. Some may be feasible, some may not be feasible. So that's basically how this process evolved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Coleman to see if she has anything to add, and then we're going back to Mr. Tedesco, who wanted to respond. Oh, and then I'm the board has any questions of anyone. Okay, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delisa Coleman, for the record, Delisa Coleman, Associate General Counsel. So the focus, and Madam Chair mentioned it, is that the comprehensive design plan has to be consistent with find conformance with the basic plan, which is part of the section 27521 of the zoning code. Also, in addition, page 106 of the Westphalia sector plan and the which was approved by the council back in 2007 calls for the construction of this connection, and it embraces the spirit of the policy behind the general plan 2035, which on page 148 encourages the connectivity between new development and existing communities. And I think that it is important to note that all of these policies and provisions were based upon comprehensive studies. And so while the roadway connection isn't mandatory based upon everything that is in the record and the history and support of this connection, there would need to be a significant finding of evidence that would be contrary to this construction of the roadway in order for the board to remove the roadway from the CDP and still find conformity with the basic plan.
Okay, and then the other thing is it in the master plan of transportation?
It is in the master plan of transportation as well.
So there's a general
the MC 631 is shown in the master plan.
Okay.
The connection isn't mentioned.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. All right, so now I'm going to first see if the board has any questions of Mr. Burton, and then we're coming back to you, Mr. Tedesco, so you can respond to Mr. Burton. Madam Vice Chair, any questions of Mr. Burton or Ms. Coleman?
I would like for Ms. Coleman to repeat her last statement. She's started with the finding of evidence. I think she started, Ms. Coleman. I can't direct you exactly.
I think she's saying that right now this is the council approved this connection in the basic plan and in the Westphalia sector plan, and the CDP has to be in conformance with the basic plan, and these connections are generally, not this one specifically, are generally set forth as a policy in the plan 2035, which was also adopted by the council. So she's saying, given that strong policy and approval by the council in the basic plan, in the basic plan and in the sector plan, showing this specific connection, that if we deviate from that, that we have to have very strong findings to support going against the council in those cases. That's what she's saying. So we would have to have some very strong findings and evidence to support a different position.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn to Commissioner Washington, and then, okay, Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Burton and Ms. Coleman. I appreciate the input.
Then I'm going to Commissioner Dorner.
No questions, thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
I just have one question, and I don't know if it's for Mr. Burton or not. So were other developments or preliminary plan of subdivisions that we approved in the past, was this plan or this roadway considered as part of the transportation? Am I making sense?
I'm sorry, this is Glenn Burton. Sorry, could you repeat the question again? I'm not sure I followed.
So with this, given that this was in the basic plan, my question is, were other developments where we approved the transportation plan taking into account this connection?
No, because the adjacent, the only development that is closest to what's before you would be the development to the east of this plan. And when that plan was evaluated for transportation adequacy, we did not look that far to the west with regards to that particular connection. The finding of adequacy for the subdivision to the east was made without any reference to that particular connection, because the finding of adequacy was for that development only. So no, we would not have considered that connection for that preliminary plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, if you have any questions of Mr. Burton or Ms. Coleman, and then we go into Mr. Tedesco.
Just of Mr. Burton, not really a question, but I think Mr. Burton's argument was that there really is not a north-south connection between Westphalia Road and Ritchie Marlboro Road without this connection at Mattapique and the planned through street there. There would not be any need to consider such a connection to Mattapique on the east side of 1701 because that is or does have the realignment that's proposed at Westphalia Road and Ritchie Marlboro Road. So that's why it was not considered in 1701. With regards to the general policy in the county in Plan 2035 and other plans, yes, there is a policy that we should connect adjoining and adjacent subdivisions as opposed to closing them off. If Mattapique connection was not made, then as Mr. Burton indicated, anyone on the west side of this property who wanted to go to Ritchie Marlboro Road would have to go south to Westphalia Road.
Second, Mr. Brown, I'm going to have Mr. Flanagan follow you as you're directing him, okay?
Sure.
I don't know if this is the right slide, though.
Right. Anyone who wanted to go north from the property that is west of this property would have to go south to Westphalia Road and then go either west toward Pennsylvania Avenue and then to the Beltway and back around to the north, or they would have to go east on Westphalia Road up to the realigned Westphalia Road and Ritchie Marlboro Road, and then come back around to where the property has an entrance on Ritchie Marlboro Road. That would create a circuitous, unnecessary traffic for anyone at the existing subdivision. And that is probably the general reason the district council and planning staff suggested there should be a connection between this particular property and that subdivision to the west.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And you said you talked about the general provisions of Plan 2035, but also then there's more specific in the basic plan, and you've given your probable explanation for that, carrying that over in the basic plan. Okay, thank you. So now, Mr. Tedesco, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Burton and Mr. Brown for your comments. Let me try to take a step back and try to assist the board in maybe coming to a balancing decision here. And remember, that was my theme from the beginning, is the balancing interests of this particular project, some of which are aligned, some of which are competing. And we've drilled down and focused in on, I think, the two competing interests with respect to the balance. And it has to do with the extension of Mattapique Drive and then transportation, as recommended by transportation planning staff, and then transportation planning staff recommendation for a public street connection from Potty to Westphalia Road. But in the course of that dialogue, I started hearing things that I think the record needs to be corrected on. You heard a lot of comments that the CDP must be in conformance with the basic plan. I heard it 3 or 4 times from various members of Park and Planning. It must be in conformance with the basic plan. Outside of Westphalia, for which there was a comprehensive land use planning study, that is an accurate statement. It's codified in section 27.521A1. And I'm just going to read that provision to you. 27.521A1, prior to approving a comprehensive design plan, the planning board shall find the plan is in conformance with the basic plan approved by application per section 27.195. That is not this. Okay? And then it says semicolon, or when the property was placed in a comprehensive design zone through a sectional map amendment per section 27.223, was approved after October 1st, 2006, and for which a comprehensive land use planning study was conducted by the technical staff prior to the initiation. That's this. That's how this property was rezoned. It's the or. And then it says, is in conformance with the design guidelines or standards intended to implement the development concept recommended by the master plan, sector plan, sectional map amendment, zoning change. So that's the required finding. Is the CDP in conformance with the design guidelines or standards? It's not a strict conformance to the basic plan. So a lot of the things that you've heard of, well, this connection shown because, and we need a higher standard of fact finding or whatever was offered is legally not correct. Your determination is whether what's proposed in the CDP implements the development concept recommended. So you have some latitude with respect to that. It's not a strict conformity standard. So I only offer that to say that, fortunately or unfortunately, you're the decision makers, but I don't necessarily agree with there has to be some substantial factual findings in order to make the finding if you were inclined to agree with the citizens on these connections. In an effort to try to move this forward, we have spent a lot of time, as you can imagine, working not only with the community, but also with your staff. And we had suggested revisions to conditions and which the applicant is fully in agreement with, as provided in applicant's Exhibit 1. If there's still uncertainty or gray area, perhaps there's an opportunity on at least one of these issues in our attempt to kind of kick the can down the curb, so to speak, with the preliminary plan. And that's why if you look at applicant's Exhibit 1, condition 1E, we show as completely deleted, and we removed it and placed it under condition 5, which deals with the preliminary plan. So if you look at the applicant's Exhibit 1 on page 6 of 41, new conditions E, F, and G are really conditions 1E, 1, 2, and 3. In an effort to be responsive and to the practices of this board, which encourages all applicants and zoning council to work with the community, we did remove that extension of Mattapique Drive, as we originally showed on our CDP, in direct response to the requests that were made by the community. I think that is something that the board encourages as far as responsiveness to community, for which we can find a meeting of the minds and provide things, notwithstanding the fact that there are compelling reasons to have that connection. You've heard Mr. Burton, and I'm not dismissing those as valid, but you've heard very valid reasons from the community who live there and don't apparently mind that burden of taking that arguably circuitous, I wouldn't call it that, route if they work in Margot. That's their choice. And they've indicated to us quite clearly that is their choice. And that's the choice they prefer, to keep their enclave isolated. So we showed new condition 5E, which will used to be 1E1, as deleted in support of those requests by the community. We revised condition 5F, which used to be 1E2, primarily to try to provide, not only to balance Mr. Burton's desires and requests, but also to provide some flexibility in the future, based upon the fact that connection we have not studied. We do not know the vertical or horizontal impacts of that connection. We express concern with respect to site distances and other types of engineering issues. However, in responsiveness to your staff, the applicant agreed and staff has agreed to that revised language that you see in F, Perhaps, and this is just suggestive, to help all of us get hopefully to a unanimous position that is responsive to Ms. Brown's concern as well as Mr. Burton's concern, is perhaps we change the word show to explore. So at the time of a preliminary plan, we explore that connection further in furtherance of trying to adhere to Mr. Burton's desires to have that connection. Certainly it being public and private could have some impacts on the effects and impacts it has on Ms. Brown and or her property. Again, this is a CDP. We're not quite there yet, but however, we are where we are today, and with this condition based upon what's been asked of the applicant and what we are trying to balance and reconcile with. So I throw that out there as a possibility. I don't want to.
I'm going to jump in a second, Mr. Tedesco. I like your idea regarding the exploring that, because I don't have a clear understanding, even though we do have some environmental people on for today. I just
want to say one.
Oh, you can. I'm coming back to you, but I just want to say I explored. I like that because I'm looking out for Ms. Brown's property, because I don't know, and I'd like to hear from our team as well, but because it seems like that would be a win-win for Ms. Brown and actually also for our transportation folks. And so and explore, and it doesn't. I don't think it has to be decided at this opportunity, at this moment in time. So I think that's good. I know you're not finished, but I just wanted to pounce on that part, and then I'll come back to you after you finish. Go ahead, Mr. Tedesco.
And the only other thing I want to say, Mr. Burton is absolutely correct. He expressed a very strong desire, even going back to the SDRC, with respect to the connection of the pods across an environmental feature. But that connection vehicularly is impossible. There are significant environmental features as well as slope stability that just make the constructability of that connection for vehicular traffic just not a possibility, which then created this desire or request to have the connection out to Westphalia Road. And again, I've said what I said on that. I just want to make sure, because it seemed like there may have been some, I rarely would like this, but we were settling for that. What was really wanted is just, it's not possible. The road can't be built. Instead, what we did is we provided a pedestrian connection, because we believe, and again, it still has to be studied with geotech and everything else at subsequent phases of entitlements, but we believe obviously what's required to build a pedestrian connection across that environmental feature is certainly less impactful and extensive than it would be for vehicular. So with that, I would conclude. I do think that the board has the ability, if it so choose, to accommodate this either through the conditions that were provided for in applicant's exhibit 1 with the deletion of new 5E, or with maybe some alternative with 5E regarding the Matic Peak Drive. But certainly we would echo your comments on the extension of Westphalia Road. Is we're happy to explore it and continue to work with your staff at the time of the preliminary plan, and then continue to work with Ms. Brown as far as that design and how that works.
Thank you, Mr. Tedesco. This is conceptual in nature at this stage anyway. So you have taken a position that's somewhat different from what our folks have indicated in terms of and what Mr. Burton has said in terms of the basic plan and the MPO, the Master Plan of Transportation, and the Westphalia Sector Plan and what have you, and Plan 2035. And those were all approved by the district council. I don't think anybody said it was strict construction. I think that's your interpretation, but I do think that if we did deviate, we did have to have some necessary finding. And I am going to ask Mr. Brown to jump in on this as well. I think Mr. Warner has jumped in on our side as our counsel. I see he's on camera, so that means something. And then Mr. Brown, I would like you to respond to Mr. Tedesco as well. Okay, Mr. Warner. You are muted.
As David Warner, Principal Counsel, I just wanted to step in on one thing that Mr. Tedesco expressed that I didn't agree with. He may not have been expressing it exactly the way that he meant to, but he pointed to the 27, sure I got that right, yeah, 27.521A, which is our A1, which is our normal requirement that a CDP conform to a basic plan. And he did point out that in this one particular section of the county, there is a specific provision that the plan in this sectional map amendment is what you need to find conformance with. But the standard is still conformance, and the map that we call a basic plan is the same plan that you have to show conformance with. It's in the sectional map amendment, and our staff report says this expressly in the record. So I think the standard is the same, but the solutions being suggested here seem like possible alternatives. Again, the conceptual design plan is just conceptual. It's not the final determination as to where the alignment of a road is going to go. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. And I'm now going to turn to Mr. Brown.
I would generally agree with Mr. Tedesco. I mean, we need to understand the basic plan is even more conceptual than the CDP. It is an impossibility to have this CDP comply with every aspect of the basic plan. For example, there are at least 2, maybe 3 connections between the existing subdivision to the west and this subject property. Well, no one is contemplating that we have 2 or 3 connections. So if we don't have 2 or 3 connections, are we in conformance with the basic plan? Absolutely not. And so it leads you to the same conclusion. If you decide to have 1 or 0 connections, you are still in substantial compliance with the very conceptual basic plan. So there is no requirement that we absolutely must have the connection at Mattapique. And I believe this board and the council can come up with legitimate reasons, given the arguments made by the community, not to have it. I think it is something that should occur, but Mr. Tedesco is absolutely correct. I think the appropriate time to make that decision is at the time of SDP and preliminary plan, and that we should just merely illustrate it now for purposes of possibility as we illustrated it on the basic plan.
Okay. I think that's a viable plan to, it is kicking it down a little bit, but you can, the road a little bit, but we would, for specific design plan and preliminary plan specifically. But we would need whatever, we would need appropriate language if this would need to be changed a little bit. Okay, but that's just me. I'm not a motion maker. So I need to, okay, so let's see if the board has any questions of anyone at this juncture. Okay, and we may need some clarity from maybe from Ms. Coleman and or Mr. Zhang, that if we consider this at preliminary plan, how we may need to alter the language, or Mr. Tedesco. Okay.
I have a suggestion if you want me to be heard on it.
We be heard. You're heard.
All right. So I would simply suggest, in response to everything that we've heard, in the direction I think we're going, in condition on applicant's exhibit 1, condition 5E, instead of deleting it, we would just replace the word show with explore. So we would say at the time of preliminary, the call out is at the time of preliminary plan of subdivision, the applicant shall explore a 60-foot street connection between the stub end and Mattapique Drive at MC 631. Okay. And then F would say, instead of show, explore a public street connection to Westphalia Road from Pot E. I guess you could leave everything else the same. I don't know if the unless language is needed if we're just exploring, but you simply just need to change show to explore, I think.
Okay, for E, and say F again.
F would just be explore a public street connection to Westphalia Road. public or private, but I know staff wants it, at least they're pushing us towards public. So I don't want to overstep here. I'm trying to just
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Zhang, I need you to respond to that.
Yes, Madam Chair, for the record, this is Henry Zhang. Yes, I believe that's a bad solution. As I mentioned previously, CDP, the focus of CDP is not looking at the specific alignment of each individual roadway. I believe this is the best scenario we can go. I totally agree to replace show with explore for both 5E and F.
Yeah, I would just ask for F, explore a public or private to have the flexibility.
That would be fine. That would be fine.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we are good to go. Right there.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
for the record, Delisa Coleman, Associate General Counsel. The one question that we would still remain, even if we push this out to preliminary plan stage, is that we still need to make a finding of conformance. And so I think that needs to be addressed. But perhaps the condition can be revised a little bit to indicate that the roadway connection is present, but the layout or design would be further explored towards at preliminary plan.
That may go farther than.
I would have to object for the
Yeah.
reason Mr. Brown indicated in the arguments I've made.
Yeah, I think that goes a little farther, Ms. Coleman. And I understand, having been in your shoes over there. I understand, but I think we can. Many times Mr. Brown said it. The CDP has to be in conformance with the basic plan, but it is not always every teeny specific thing. And so very often you will hear, Mr. Zhang knows this very often you will hear that we're in general conformance with the basic plan, or the specific design plan is in general conformance with this comprehensive design plan, because each one builds upon the other. Each one is a refinement. So I think with that finding, maybe we can add a different finding, that we have to say that it's in general conformance, but and maybe Ms. Coleman and Mr. Warner together can come up with an additional finding if necessary. But I think the condition is still good at that point, because I still think it's in general conformance. And will be fine-tuned at the preliminary plan stage. Mr. Zhang, any comments?
I totally agree with Madam Chair. We can, of course, we had to adjust the finding to reflect the planning board's decision. And then I agree, it's not identical. It cannot be identical, because this vision established in 2007. Now we're in, 15 years later, we can't find everything had to be identical. That lost the meaning of this kind of review. So I agree with the explore possibility. Actually, that's the right time. We need to decide the road network for the case. And I agree with the replacement of the show with explore, and then we're going to make the finding accordingly, to adjust the finding accordingly to reflect the planning board decision, if that would be the case. Thank you.
Okay, let me come back to, Ms. Coleman. So if we get to a preliminary, let me just say this, because the specific design plan will go to, the council.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I guess, will the council, I'm looking to see if in the event that this condition gets removed, and Mr. Brown, this is really directed to you. In the event that this condition gets removed, we're kicking it down the curb a little bit. If the council decides that, if the district council decides they want input on this, is there an opportunity for them beyond this CDP?
Yes, absolutely. The district council generally follows the ordinance with regards to conformance and guidance as it relates to the basic plan. And so, particularly since I will be there to comment as well, one of the things I will be suggesting is that the basic plan is conceptual, the CDP is conceptual, and that the time for looking at the definitive location or existence of that connection to Mattapique is at the time of the preliminary plan submission. So yes, the district council will have an opportunity to reflect on that. We are not foreclosing that by suggesting that we're going to look at it later in the review process.
So if the council, so they get to review this CDP, but not the preliminary plan, so they will have the opportunity, and if it comes back where they're adamant, then we will still, at the specific design plan stage or preliminary plan stage, we would have the opportunity to ensure that this connection is there.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. I just want to make sure that everybody is on board with it, all of our many attorneys. So, Mr. Warner and Ms. Coleman, are you okay with that, as Mr. Brown has spoken, or no?
Well, I don't want to, I think Ms. Coleman's on this correctly as well, so I don't mean to interrupt her. David Warner, Principal Counsel. I would just advise the board that the SDP will have to conform to the CDP. So what we have in this CDP will be what governs the review that you undertake of the SDP when it comes to you. So I would just suggest our language allow for the eventuality that the district council wants that connection and that we are able to evaluate it appropriately at SDP. So I think that's what Ms. Coleman is getting at as well.
Yeah, but do you think, and I appreciate Ms. Coleman's comments, she's a rock star here. I want to make sure that, but do you find the language that we have now about exploring it, is that inadequate to you?
I felt Ms. Coleman's language was preferable, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because section page 106 of the sectional map amendment that you have before you that we're required to find conformance with shows the connection to Mattapique Drive, visibly shows it, physically, literally shows it on the plan. It can be explored, and it will be explored at preliminary plan, because that's when we evaluate transportation adequacy and the adequacy of the roads and connections and things of that nature. But the picture literally shows the connection between the two. So you're right, conformity doesn't mean exact, but I do think some reference to that drawing should say that, the connection has been provided for in the sectional map amendment, and for conformance to be found,
something happened. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like the planning board should recognize that plan, at least in its condition, and say that it exists, but the alignment and other determinations related to it will be done at preliminary plan. But I think there should be some reference.
So what about explore? What about the language that Mr. Tedesco indicated for 5E? Explore the 60-foot connection as shown on page 106. And referencing the SMA.
And also, Madam
Did he
Chair,
reference the plan?
I'm sorry. Also, Madam Chair, could that not be addressed as part of an additional finding, Mr. Warner?
Yes, that could be addressed as an additional finding as
Because
well. Either way, yeah.
to me, changing the language to explore does not contradict anything anybody is saying. It's just saying that we're going to further explore it at SDP and or preliminary plan stage.
Right.
So it doesn't take anything away from what Ms. Coleman said. And I think we can, we can augment the findings to speak to the whole general plan conformance piece.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
That's a good idea to have the additional finding. I think, I'm going to turn to Mr. Tedesco right now. I don't think it hurts to say to change that show on 5E to explore and then reference the plan as shown shown in the SMA or so. Mr. Tedesco, you okay with that?
In the spirit, I'm here. Can you hear me? In the spirit of compromise moving forward, I would agree with Commissioner Washington that I think it's better as a finding.
Okay.
I don't want to belabor the legal issue with respect to conformity and guidance and Mr. Brown's points on the basic plan, but I think between the attorneys and your staff, we can come up with a finding that's consistent with this discussion in the resolution.
Okay, you understand what we're getting at, and Mr. Warner and Ms. Coleman, you understand what we're getting at. The finding has to be consistent with our discussion today. So, because you can't just make up a finding. So it's got to be consistent with what we're discussing today, and it will come back before us for our approval in the resolution. Okay, so, all right. Okay. Does the board have any other questions of anyone? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff in addition to directing staff and council to address and incorporate any additional findings needed that speak to general conformance with the basic plan and also reflect the spirit of this discussion. In addition to ensuring that Stanley Martin Homes LLC is appropriately identified as the applicant in all records and in all of our records. And with that, move that we approve CDP-2101 and TCP1-022-2021, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report, and is further amended by applicant exhibit number 1 with the further amendments as follow. Condition 5E shall remain. The first word show shall be stricken and replaced with explore. Condition 5F shall be added as rewritten in applicant exhibit number 1. The word show at the beginning shall be stricken and replaced with the word explore, and also the addition of or private. So the beginning of that condition shall read, explore a public or private street connection to Westphalia Road, and the rest remains as written or as outlined in applicant exhibit number 1.
Bam. Okay. Okay, we have a motion. Yes, indeed we do. By Commissioner Washington. Is there a second?
Dorner, a second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Dorner. Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
And the award goes to Commissioner Washington. I vote aye.
And Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye. Nicely done.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
Okay, the ayes have it 5-0. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the citizens for participating today. I think Mr. Brown indicated the number of meetings that you had, and that they had prepared themselves by reviewing so many of the necessary documents, and that showed today. They knew what type of application we had in front of us today, and they did a superb job at that. So thank you, Ms. Coggins, Ms. Colbert, Ms. Brown. We appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Coleman. You haven't been over here with us on the Prince George's County side very long, and you're hit with, some complicated cases today. and you rose to the occasion, and we appreciate that very much as well. Okay, with that, how about we take 5 minutes and take an item 5?
Madam Chair.
Oh, no, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry. Did you have any other comments? Yes.
Oh, yes, I did. Just one very last comment. I don't know if this is the last CDP that you and I will do together on this planning board. It may be. And I just wanted to say that in honor of Women's History Month, you have been a model for every woman in this county and in this state. And you have been a model for every person in this county as you have led this board over the last, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years as both chair and as general counsel. And I salute you, and we're all going to miss you.
Thank you.
I second that motion.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. I really appreciate it. You're just beautiful, kind comments. I have loved working with you, and we just appreciate it. Don't plan to move anywhere, and so I will still be an active attorney in this county. So I hope to still see you as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to take 5 minutes. We're going to come back with item number 5, followed by item number 6, 10. Well, somewhere along the line we're taking lunch, but 5. We're going to try to do at least 5 and 6 first. Okay, thank you. So how about 12? Can we do 12:15? 12:17. Okay, thank you. Prince George's County Planning Board is back in session. Our next item. Let me make sure we have the whole board here. We have. I see we have. Madam Vice Chair, we have Commissioners Washington, Dorner, and Giraldo. So the next item on our agenda is item 5, which is the preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21022, the First Baptist Church of Highland Park. I'm going to make sure that we have everyone that we need. Mr. Heath, are you on? Yes, I see you. Wonderful. Mr. Lynch, are you on?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm here standing in for Mr. Lynch. He had a scheduling conflict today.
Okay, so we had him signed up for that. Okay, so I'll come back. So that's Alicia Tidwell. So you'll be the attorney on this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Paul Sun?
Here, madam.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Chowjoy, you on? Yes, she's on. Okay. Okay. Chowjoy, are you on? Chowjoy, you? Mike Lenhart?
Present, Madam Chair.
Patrick Byrne? No Patrick Byrne. Scott Wolford?
Present, Madam Chairman.
Wonderful. Joseph Byrne? No Joseph Byrne either. Okay. I think Pastor Henry P. Davis, are you on?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Wonderful, Pastor Davis. Do you have your I don't know if Dr. Stone is on, Mr. Stone? No, I think he's just watching. Okay. All right. With that, we have no exhibits, so we're going to turn to Mr. Heath. So please proceed, Mr. Heath.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Antoine Heath with the subdivision section. Item number 5 is a preliminary plan of subdivision for 4-21022 First Baptist Church of Highland Park. The subject property consists of 3 parcels, which are proposed to be consolidated into 1 parcel for the development of 138 multifamily units for elderly residents on 18.69 acres, which includes 128,112 square feet of existing institutional uses. Slide 2, please. The site is located in western Prince George's County within Planning Area 72 and Council District 5. Slide 3, please. More specifically, the subject property is located on the south side of Sheriff Road, approximately 150 feet east of its intersection with MLK Junior Highway. Slide 4, please. Property is located within the one-family residential zone. The abutting properties to the south and east share the same zone. The properties flanking the site to the west are located in the mixed-use infill zone, and the adjacent zones are the RT, R55, R18, CSC, and I2 zones. Slide 5, please. This aerial photograph shows the location of the subject site and the adjacent properties. The abutting properties to the south and east are developed with cemetery and single-family residential uses. The property flanking the site to the west are developed with an eating and drinking establishment and drive-through service, a gas station, and a monopole. And the properties beyond Sheriff Road to the north are developed with a gas station and single-family attached dwellings. Slide 6, please. This site map shows the topography of the property, which consists of steep slopes. An existing retaining wall on site will need to be reinforced. Review of location, height, dimensions, and materials will be reviewed at the time of detailed site plan. This is detailed on page 18 of the staff report. Slide 7, please. This slide shows the master plan rights-of-way adjacent to the site. Master plan collector Sheriff Road can be seen in green abutting the site. Master plan arterial MLK Jr. Freeway can be seen highlighted in red. And Sheriff Road transitions into an arterial after intersecting with MLK Jr. Highway. There are 5 critical intersections affected by this proposal, which are targeted in yellow, 3 of which provide access to the site. All of these intersections will operate at adequate levels. This is detailed on pages 9 through 10 of the staff report. Slide 8, please. This is a bird's eye view of the site, which currently consists of a church, daycare center, and school. The large structure in the center of the site is the church, which has a large white roof. The multifamily dwelling is proposed to be located on the parking lot to the right of the church. Slide 9, please. This is a look at the preliminary plan of subdivision, which depicts the proposed lot in red, with existing right-of-way Sheriff Road highlighted in blue. There are 3 existing points of entry into the site from Sheriff Road. The existing church, daycare, and school are highlighted in gray, and the conceptual building location is highlighted in purple. The applicant is proposing to meet mandatory parkland dedication requirements with on-site recreation facilities. This is detailed on pages 5 through 7 of the staff report. Adequate public facilities, including police, water and sewer, and fire and rescue, are available to serve the subject site, and this is detailed on page 11 of the staff report. Slide 10, please. The applicant submitted a tree conservation plan with this application. This site contains environmental regulated features known as primary management area, which are outlined in a dashed pink line. Proposed and existing impacts to the primary management area are highlighted in orange. Woodland area to be preserved is highlighted in green, and proposed afforestation area is highlighted in blue. The applicant has requested a variance from section 25-122B1G to remove 2 of the 15 specimen trees on site. These trees are X'd out in red. These trees are proposed to be removed due to the proposed grading and installation of utilities that are needed. This variance has been evaluated in accordance with the provisions of approval detailed on pages 16 through 18 of the staff report, and staff recommends approval. Any proposed building or parking layout, as well as any landscape requirements, will be further reviewed at the time of detailed site plan. Slide 11, please. This is a closer look at the proposed and existing impacts to the primary management area. Impact 1 on the left of the screen is the only new impact. This is the result of proposed stormwater outfall. Impacts 2 through 8 are existing impacts related to previous development. These impacts are the result of utility installation and grading. Next slide, please. Impacts 4 through 6 are also the result of grading and utilities from previous improvements. Next slide, please. Impacts 7 and 8 also are the result of existing utilities and associated grading. Staff finds that the impacts to the primary management area have been minimized to the greatest extent possible, and approval of these impacts is recommended. Slide 14, please. Staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21022, type 1 tree conservation plan TCP 1-021-2021, and variance from section 25-122B1G, subject to the 16 conditions in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heath. I'm going to see if the board has any questions of you at this time. Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions at this time, but it really was quite interesting to refresh my memory and the memory of some others on the board regarding the Harmony Memorial Park site, referencing the thousands of free African Americans whose bodies are in that site, and it is a historical site for Prince George's County. So it was just good to refresh my memory on that. So no, I don't have any specific questions.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you for that comment and highlighting that. Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Dorner.
No questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo. You're muted if you're talking. Okay.
No questions, Madam Chair, but I'm happy to see more development of multifamily for seniors and the disabled. So thank you.
Yes. And as I prepare to retire, I'm happy to see that too. Okay.
Wait a minute, you just said you were still going to be in the county practicing as a lawyer.
Well, I'll still be an attorney. I don't know whether I'm practicing, but I'll be living here. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Tidwell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Alicia Tidwell. I'm here from the law firm of McNamee Hosey on behalf of the applicant Community Housing Initiative. I just wanted to thank the staff for all of their work that they've done in this matter. And at this time, if the board doesn't have any more questions, then I would agree with the staff's recommendation for approval and accept the conditions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tidwell. Succinct, to the point, appreciate it. With that, I know you have other folks here, but I cannot close out without allowing the Pastor Henry P. Davis to the opportunity to speak.
I think we should vote on that.
Pastor Henry P.
I thought Dorothy Bailey was our friend. No, but certainly a delight to be able to come before you, and really ends up being a part of a wider vision we have for the community, and certainly appreciative to all of the persons who are working behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. And so certainly grateful just to be a part of doing something that's going to enhance the lives of others. That's my statement, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Pastor Davis. With that, so Ms. Tidwell, you have Mr. Lenhart on and Mr. Wolford on. The Burns were not on. They're here only if there are any questions, correct? You said?
Correct.
Okay. So I don't know if we have any questions. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-21022 and TCP 1-021-2021 and variance 25-122B1G. And along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Madam Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
And the ayes have it 5-0. Pastor Davis and Ms. Tidwell, I'm sorry that we had to take you after a very long case, but that CDPs are specifically scheduled, and so there wasn't anything I could do about that. But yeah, you got your approval, so you have the rest of the day to take care of your other business. Okay.
We understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next item on our agenda is item 6. It is detailed site plan 21012, Spirit of God Deliverance Church. I do want to say that we seem to be approaching the 1 o'clock hour shortly. So it may be that we might have to, depending on how this one goes, we may have to take 10 and 8 after the lunch break. It's possible we might be able to squeeze 10 in, but I'm not sure. So I just wanted to alert folks that that's likely to happen after the lunch break. Okay, so this is detailed site plan 21012, Spirit of God Deliverance Church. Ms. Butler, we see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Parker, are you on?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm on.
Okay, so, and the law offices of Majette Parker. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then Annette, is it Dreyer?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I pronounced it correctly, right?
Dreyer, yes.
Okay, and Daryl Dreyer?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're here.
Wonderful. And Ms. Ballestero? Are you on? Victoria? Victoria, look under the base. Yes, there she is. Are you present? Okay, we have you signed in. We don't see or hear you, but we see your name there signed in. And then we do have a one exhibit. It is applicant's exhibit number 1, which consists of proposed revisions to the conditions. And with that, Ms. Butler, you are on.
All right. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am Tiara Butler with the Urban Design Section. The project before you is item number 6, detailed site plan DSP-21012 for Spirit of God Deliverance Church, which is a detailed site plan to construct an 18,112 square foot church with 126 parking spaces. Next slide, please. The site is located in Prince George's County Planning Area 78 and Council District 6 as identified in the magenta colored area on the map. Next slide, please. The site is located within the southwest and southeast corners of the intersection of Westphalia Road and Rock Spring Drive. The site boundary is shown here on the vicinity map outlined in red. Next slide, please. The subject property contains multiple zones to include medium, residential medium, RM, rural residential, RR, commercial shopping centers, CSC, and the different zones are shown in red, tan, and orange on the zoning map. Next slide, please. This slide shows the property is located within the military installation overlay zone for heightened noise as identified in the hatch colored pattern on the map. Next slide, please. This slide shows the aerial photos, which shows the existing conditions of the property, which shows the site is currently vacant. Next slide, please. This site contains slopes as shown with the red contour lines on the map. Next slide, please. This slide shows the master plan right-of-way, which identifies both Westphalia Road and Rock Spring Drive as collector roadways, as shown here in green on the map. Next slide, please. This slide shows the bird's eye view of the property, which shows that the site is vacant and identifies parcel 1, parcel 2, and then the out parcel located on the map. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed 18,112 square foot one-story church. The building is oriented towards Westphalia Road on the proposed parcel 1. It will include a canopy in the front of the building for pickup and drop off. The site will be accessed from a 30-foot wide driveway along Westphalia Road in the northwest corner of the property. There is a proposed 8-foot wide sidewalk located on the frontage of the property with a connection to the front of the church. The site will contain a total of 126 parking spaces, including 5 handicap spaces. A bike rack is provided containing 2 parking spaces. There is an enclosed dumpster located on the southwest side of the building. There are multiple stormwater management bioretention facilities located along the northeast, southeast, and western edges of the property. And the church and associated improvements are located fully within the RR and the CSC zone portions of the property on the west side of Rock Spring Drive on proposed parcel 1, the RM zone portion of the property along the southern edge to the west of Rock Spring Drive is to remain undeveloped except for landscaping, and it will be platted as out parcel 1. And the remainder of the property to the east of Rock Spring Drive is fully within the CSC zone and will be platted as proposed parcel 2 for future commercial development. And there's no proposed development on parcel 2 with this application. Next slide, please. This slide shows the landscape plan. The landscape plan provided contains the required schedules and demonstrates conformance with the landscape manual requirements, except for section 4.7. The proposed church is considered a medium impact use by the landscape manual. The subject property abuts an existing single-family detached dwellings within the RR zone along the eastern and southern lot lines. A type C buffer yard, which requires a 40-foot building setback, a 30-foot wide landscape yard, and then 120 plant units per 100 linear feet of property line is required along these lot lines. And an alternative compliance has been requested. And the applicant is proposing to provide a varied buffer yard that will consist of a minimum of 21 feet, approximately 10% of the length, and increases to the 30-foot wide requirement for the remainder. In addition, the buffer yard includes 253 planting units, which is 5 more than the required, in combination with a 6-foot tall board-on-board fence. Staff is in support of the AC request with the condition to revise the landscape plan and the section 4.7 schedule to reflect the correct building setbacks and buffer width. Next slide, please. This slide shows the type 2 tree conservation plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows the architectural elevations for the front and side of the building. The proposed church is approximately 36 feet tall and will be finished mostly with split face block in red and beige colors, with beige exterior installation finish system along the top, sides, and rear of the building. The top portion of the building will be beige and the bottom 4 feet will be red. There's a gable roof that will consist of asphalt shingles and have a solar tube skylights with prefabricated fiberglass steeple at the top. The north elevation, which is the front of the building, will have 12 arch windows and a 9-foot high canopy that is supported with columns and 6 front entrance doors. And the side of the building shows the elevations dropping from approximately 5 feet from the front of the building to the rear of the building, and will include various windows and exit doors with awnings. Next slide, please. This slide shows the architectural elevations. The south elevation, which is the rear of the building, will include multiple exit doors with gray colored awnings, metal railings, concrete steps, and then ramps leading to the ground level. And as previously stated, the side elevations show the change in elevation. Next slide, please. With that, urban design staff recommends that planning board adopt the findings of this report and approve detailed site plan DSP-21012 and alternative compliance AC-21020 and type 2 conservation plan TCP2-043-2021 for Spirit of God Deliverance Church, subject to the following conditions found on page 14 and 15 of the staff report. The applicant has provided a letter requesting the removal of condition J as a part of the additional backup. Condition J states to provide a minimum of 2 bicycle parking racks closer to the building entrance. And the applicant has provided 2 bicycle spaces on the southeast corner of the building. Those bike spaces are approximately 108 feet from the east main entrance and approximately 43 steps from the entrance of the building. And staff is in agreement with the deletion of this condition. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Butler. Let's see if the board has any questions of you at this time, Madam Vice Chair.
No questions at this time. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Okay, wonderful. Commissioner Washington?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
And Commissioner Dorner?
No questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
I have no questions for Ms. Butler. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Parker, you are on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Majette Parker of the Law Office of Majette S. Parker, PA, located in Camp Spring, Maryland. It's a pleasure to be before you today. It's been a while since I've been here. I want to take a point of personal privilege before I get into my presentation, which will be brief. Thanking the chair for her many, many years of service to the county. She's done an outstanding job as a chair of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Prince George's County. It's been wonderful to work with you all these years. You've been, as we've seen from case after case over the pandemic, you've handled this arduous task of keeping the county moving forward, and you've done a superb job. Thank you for your years of service.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Parker. Those are very kind and beautiful words and expressions, and much appreciated. We go back many, many years. We were once young attorneys, and I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. We were once young. Yes, and also other members of the planning board as well. I've worked with you many, many years, and I just want to thank you all for your patience and endurance and continue to move the county forward. It's not easy during a pandemic with all the things going on, but we're continuing to move forward, and thank your staff too. Tiara Butler has been a wonderful person to work with. Your legal counsel, all the members of the staff have been wonderful to work with and continue to see the county move forward. I'm here on behalf of Spirit of God Deliverance Church, the applicant for this detailed site plan, as well as the alternative compliance requests. And we're in complete agreement with staff to include the recommendation we submitted for the deletion of condition 1J. We do have bicycle racks on the property, and people who ride bicycles can walk 44 steps to get to the main entrance. And we think that's a great location for them to have it. It's actually closer than many of the parking spaces there. But we're in complete agreement otherwise with the staff, and staff is in agreement with our proposal to eliminate or delete condition 1J. We have with us to speak today Annette Dreyer. This is Women's History Month, as the chair has brought up, and we'll let women speak first. She is the First Lady of the church and has coordinated a lot of this effort. Annette Dreyer is here. Victoria Ballestero from ATCS is here to answer questions. If you have any of the technical questions regarding this detailed site plan and alternative compliance request. And I think that is all we have present today. On our statement of justification, we list the other members of the development team, the architect, the sign design professional, the traffic engineer. We've been here before you last year for the preliminary plan of subdivision. We crossed that hurdle, and the church is moving forward, step by step, deliberately moving forward to bring to the community a wonderful, wonderful addition to the community of a house of faith to meet the demands of the growing number of citizens in this part of the county. So with that, Madam Chair, I will open for questions and then ask if you would indulge the Annette Dreyer to speak just for a brief moment.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Parker. And it is good to see you. I appreciate your comments. And you did highlight Women's History Month. And we had 3 speakers signed up, Annette Dreyer, Daryl Dreyer, and Ms. Ballestero, Victoria Ballestero. But you said, okay, in Women's History Month, we're allowing Annette Dreyer and Ms. Ballestero to speak. So we're not letting Daryl Dreyer speak today and to commemorate Women's History Month. That's what I heard from you.
No,
okay.
If you could. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I thought this was a Women's History Month thing, and that we're okay with that. Okay, Annette Dreyer.
Yes, and he's fine with it as well. Now, as being the pastor.
That's a good man. Okay.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I'd like to say thank you to everyone for allowing us to either to present this project. This has been a long project, and we can finally say that it's hopefully soon coming to an end. We can see the end of the tunnel. And we just thank you for all of you all's input and the approvals that you all have given us.
Okay, that was it. Okay, thank you, Ms. Dreyer. And then Ms. D'Alessandro?
Is my audio working now?
It is.
Perfect. I have nothing but comments of support for this application. It has been tremendously wonderful to help the Dreyers in the engineering and entitlements of this project, and staff, including Tier, have been tremendously helpful in being able to bring this case to fruition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ballestero. I was amazed at that because your mic seems to be still off, but we heard you loud and clear, so thank you. Okay, and Dal Dreyer, it seems like your wife's indicated that you were okay, right? Correct?
Madam Chair, only because this is Women's Month that I'm going to sit back and take a back seat to my wife.
There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. And then, so let's see if the board has any questions of Mr. Parker or anyone. Or Madam Vice Chair?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Washington?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Dorner?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Giraldo?
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Then we will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve DSP-21012, AC-21020, and TCP2-043-2021, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report.
Second.
We have them. Oh, he's gonna mess up Women's History Month. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Commissioner Giraldo. Madam Vice Chair.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
And the ayes have it 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Parker, good to see you.
Good to see you too as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I need to take, here? Okay, so we had said before we were going to take a break at 1 o'clock, so I think that's the appropriate time, a lunch break. So we're going to come back and we're going to hear item 10. Maybe we can do this in 50 minutes. Can we do that in 50 minutes? So come back at 1:50, just about. Okay, 1:50, and we'll take item 10 followed by item 8. Okay, thank you. Okay, the Prince George's County Planning Board is back in session. I do want to make sure we have everyone that we're supposed to have with us today. And here's my list. So the next two items, remaining items on our agenda are item 10, which is the adoption of the Bowie-Mitchellville and Vicinity Master Plan. And then we have item 8, which is preliminary plan of subdivision 421028 Richardson subdivision. So I'm going to start with item 10. I see we have the planning board here. Do we have Scott Rowe and Mr. Lester, or Mr. Rowe, are you doing this one?
I'm here today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Was that you? Was that you, Mr. Rowe? Oh, no, Mr. Lester. There you are. Well, we couldn't see you at first. Okay.
No
Okay.
worries.
Okay, so now, so we're ready for you. So we're back in session. We've got everybody we need. We have the full complement of the board. Good to see you, Mr. Rowe, Mr. Thomas. We have our counsel, Ms. Coleman, and we have Mr. Hunt. So we're good. So, Mr. Lester, you are on item 10.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Thomas Lester with the Prince George's County Planning Department, Community Planning Division, Master Plans and Section Study Section. I'm the project manager for the Bowie Mitchellville and Vicinity Master Plan. I'm here today to provide a very short briefing on the District Council's revisions to the adopted Bowie Mitchellville and Vicinity Master Plan, and also request authorization for the chairman to transmit comments on behalf of the board regarding those revisions to the plan. A draft letter from the planning board chairman to the council chair Hawkins incorporating staff's recommendations for comment has been provided. Here's a quick overview. On Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, the district council submitted 15 proposed revisions for comment by the planning board in Council Resolution CR 18-2022. The 15 revisions and staff's detailed response to each revision can be found in the transmittal letter to the County Council Chair. The District Council has until March 10th to vote on approval of the plan. The revisions encompass topics that have been discussed in the public record and in the analysis of testimony from the joint public hearing held on October 4th, 2021. Of the 15 revisions, staff recommends opposing 11 of them, revisions 1 through 7, 9, 11 through 13. Because they are inconsistent with the overall approach towards growth management that limits commercial, mixed use, and higher density residential land use to certain areas of the master plan area. The most significant revision increases the size of Bowie Local Town Center to include properties east of US 301, such as the Carrabba's property, Governor's Grove apartment complex, and the Exxon gas station. Other revisions recommend changing the land use classification and by default their zoning classification for certain properties outside of centers and focus areas to commercial land use and commercial zoning. And then other revisions also focus on conducting feasibility studies for various transportation projects that the planning board has found problematic before, but are listed in the county and the city of Bowie's transportation priority letters to the Maryland Department of Transportation. Staff does concur with 4 of the revisions, revisions 8, 10, 14, and 15, namely to replace the Governor's Bridge connecting Prince George's and Anne Arundel County, which has been a long-standing CIP project. However, it must be noted that the existing bridge is a historic site and should be preserved in place. Staff also concurs with the language added regarding coordinating with the city of Bowie to transform and market the Maryland 3 US 301 corridor as a regional sports, entertainment, and recreation corridor, and the construction of a new recreation facility at 4151 Church Road, which was an original recommendation in the preliminary plan. So that concludes staff's briefing regarding the revisions by District Council. Do you have any questions?
Oh, yeah, that's, thank you, Mr. Lester. We appreciate it. We have everything all highlighted and what the revision, the 15 revisions, what your position is and why. So we're very appreciative, and you've directed us to the appropriate pages as well. So it's all good. And everyone has this in their technical staff report, and you have the draft letter. So I'd like to see if the board has any questions of Mr. Lester. I'm going to go one by one, and then if not, we'll entertain a motion. So, Madam Vice Chair, any questions or comments?
No questions, but thank you very much.
Commissioner Washington?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Lester.
Okay, and Commissioner Dorner?
No questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
I have no questions. Thank you for the excellent tech staff report.
Okay, with that, let's entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendations of staff and approve the transmittal of the letter as drafted to District Council.
We have a motion.
Second, Dorner.
Second.
Seconded by motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Commissioner Dorner. Discussion, yes, I think your explanations are well thought out, and we will adopt these findings as our own. And we're happy to, let's call for the vote, and then we'll see. We'll be happy to transmit depending on how the vote goes. So, Madam Vice Chair?
Happy to vote yes to transmit.
Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye, Madam Chair.
Okay, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lester, Mr. Rowe. Good to see you. So the next item on our agenda is item 8, which is preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21028, Richardson subdivision. Ms. Gupta, are you on?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Lomagino, are you on?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Sun, are you on? Paul Sun? No. Okay. Chow Joy, are you on? No. No. Oh, yes. Chow Joy, we see you signed in. Are you on? Okay, we see her signed in and she's muted. Okay. Alex Kirchhoff?
Present.
Okay. Now you're on. Mr. Milkovich?
Malkovich. Yes, I'm present.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, are you on?
Present, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Hold on a second.
It's pronounced Panayotu.
And that's what I was going to say. Mr. Panayotu.
Yes, I am present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, and then we have several exhibits. We have 7 exhibits from Mr. Nelson and representing the citizens. Okay, and I think that was it. I don't think we have anything from any exhibit from the applicant. So Ms. Gupta, you are on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Mridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Item number 8 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision for 4-21028 Bridgerton subdivision. This conservation subdivision proposes 6 lots and 1 conservation parcel for the development of 6 single-family attached dwellings on 6.35 acres. Next slide, please. The site is located in the central part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 81A and Council District 9. Next slide, please. Thank you. More specifically, the site is located approximately 1,000 feet southeast from the intersection of Old Alexandria Ferry Road with Woodyard Road at the terminus of Rammer Drive. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the rural residential or the RR zone, and it is bounded on all sides by properties in the RR zone. Properties further to the west of the site adjoining Dangerfield Road are located in the commercial shopping center or the CSC zone. Next slide, please. The site and its adjoining properties are also located in the military installation overlay or the MIO zone for height, noise, and safety. Next slide, please. The aerial photograph shows a site which consists of 1 existing parcel and is mostly wooded. The properties to the south and east are vacant and wooded, and those to the north and west sides of the subject property contain single-family detached dwellings. Next slide, please. The site map shows the topography on the site, with slopes from north and south towards a stream in the central portion of the property. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows the arterial Woodyard Road, highlighted in red, located north of the site. Collector rights-of-way of Old Alexandria Ferry Road and Dangerfield Road are highlighted in green and are located on the west side of the property. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the bird's eye view of the property looking in a northerly direction. The currently wooded site can be seen with the stream flowing from west to east in the middle, which you can see the darkened area. Residential development is also seen on the north, northeast, and west of the site. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed layout of the 6 lots of the single-family detached residences in red and the extension of Rammer Drive into the property in purple. The primary management area, or PMA, is highlighted in pink with the stream delineated in blue. Adequate public facilities, including water, sewer, police,
We're gonna mute everyone else so that that doesn't happen. Okay, Ms. Gupta, let's try again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start from the beginning, from this slide. The slide shows the proposed layout of 6 lots for the single-family detached residences in red and the extension of Rama Drive into the property in purple. The primary management area, or PMA, is highlighted in pink and the stream is delineated in blue. Adequate public facilities, including water, sewer, police, fire, and rescue facilities, are available to serve the subject site. Adequate transportation facilities will also exist to serve the proposed subdivision with the proposed right-of-way dedication. This application is for a conservation subdivision pursuant to Section 24-152 of the Prince George's County Subdivision Regulations. The applicant proposes to subdivide the property into 1 conservation parcel and 6 single-family detached lots with a minimum size of 10,000 square feet for each lot. Of the total 6.35 acre site, 0.41 acre will be dedicated as public right-of-way, 1.9 acres will be developed for the single-family detached homes, and the remaining 4.03 acres will be conserved as a conservation parcel. The conservation parcel is proposed to be conveyed to a homeowners association and maintained as open space. A conservation subdivision easement to the benefit of a not-for-profit land conservation organization will be recorded over a 3.93 acre area of the conservation parcel. Next slide, please. This slide shows the conventional lot layout of the property if it was developed based on conventional RR zone requirements. The property boundary is shown in red. This layout depicts 7 lots. That's the area hashed here in orange, accessed by extension of Rama Drive deep into the property, which is hashed here in red. The layout and proposed road construction will result in substantial impacts to the on-site environmental features. The conventional layout also shows a reduced conservation area of 1.78 acres in the green hatching compared to the proposed 4.03 acres of conservation on the preliminary plan of subdivision. In conventional development, the lots are also larger and thus associated with expanded areas of disturbance, clearing of woodland, and removal of specimen trees. Next slide, please. The Type 1 tree conservation plan shows the property and proposed lots and conservation parcel outlined in red. The public right-of-way of Rama Drive is shaded in purple. The PMA is highlighted in pink and the stream is delineated in blue. Woodland conservation requirement for this property is proposed to be fully addressed on site. The proposed woodland preservation and reforestation areas, in addition to the PMA, are shaded on the slide in green. No impacts to the PMA are proposed as part of this preliminary plan of subdivision. The applicant has requested a variance from Section 25-122B1G for removal of 3 specimen trees. The location of these specimen trees proposed to be removed is shown by red crosses on this slide. The specimen trees requested for removal are located within the most developable part of the site and are not located in the regulated environmental PMA areas. Staff supports the variance for the removal of the 3 specimen trees requested by the applicant based on the findings listed on pages 19 to 21 of the staff report. Staff also acknowledges the additional backup which contains the 7 exhibits submitted by the offices of Mr. Macy Nelson on March 1 prior to the 12 p.m. deadline. Next slide, please. The 3 criteria that must be specified for approval of a conservation subdivision are set forth in Section 24-152K of the subdivision regulations. Staff's findings for these criteria are included in pages 23 and 24 of the staff report. In summary, staff finds that this preliminary plan of subdivision fulfills the purpose of a conservation subdivision by prioritizing preservation of environmentally sensitive and regulated areas, which otherwise would not be preserved under conventional development. This conservation subdivision achieves the best possible relationship between the proposed development and the conservation of site characteristics by consolidating the development of the site, which allows for preserving expanded areas prioritized for conservation. This preliminary plan was found to be clearly superior to that which could have been achieved through the use of conventional development standards, and it accomplishes residential development of the site while ensuring no disturbance to the PMA and creates connected woodlands, which are more substantial and environmentally valuable. Staff recommends that the Planning Board adopt the findings and approve the preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21028, approve Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan, TCP 1-019-2021, and approve variance from Section 25-122B1G, subject to the 15 conditions in the staff report. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gupta. Very thorough. So let's see if the board has any questions of you at this time. Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Nicely done.
Commissioner Dorner.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Giraldo.
I have no questions. Thank you, Ms. Gupta.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Lomangino.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
It's your opportunity to present.
Oh, I don't have any presentation. I'm just here for my engineer ASCO is
Let me ask you this question. Are you in support you're in support of this staff recommendation?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I am the builder that will be the end user of this subdivision, and I am in support of it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Milkovich.
Ma'am, I'm in support of the recommendation. No question.
Okay. Anything you care to add or no? Okay. Okay, because
No.
All right. Well, you can be here to respond to Mr. Nelson. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me adequately?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the planning board. Mason Nelson. I am counsel for Joseph Panayiotou, who resides at 8305 Richardson Road in Clinton, immediately adjacent on the east side of the subject property.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, can you say that? I just want to pronounce his name again. I think I may have done it differently. Say it again. Your client.
I believe that the correct pronunciation, and he can correct me, is Panayiotou. Panayiotou. In other words,
yeah. I should have just asked him. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Panayiotou. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Okay.
Right, so the trick is to ignore the G.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay.
My assignment in this case was to review the applications, review the required findings for each application, form an informed judgment as to whether the application conforms with the requirements of the required findings, and ultimately make a recommendation to my client as to whether these two applications satisfy the requirements of the law. And the short answer is that I've concluded, and I'll explain why, that neither application satisfies the required findings. The application for the variance to remove the 3 specimen trees is deficient. The evidence is lacking. And additionally, the application for the conservation subdivision does not satisfy the required findings in the ordinance. But let me first ask staff to bring up the first exhibit of the additional backup, which shows, I just want to just orient the planning board to where my client resides.
This one, is he at 8305 Richardson?
Yes, but we have a nice aerial photograph of it under additional backup.
This is your exhibit. This is yours. but I'm gonna have him pull it up. I'm showing Mr. Flanagan. It's the first one.
Right, so if we just scroll down to the first exhibit, yeah, this is a recent aerial Google Earth Pro aerial image that I printed yesterday, the day before. It shows the subject property, which is the wooded area, and it shows with a yellow pin 8305 Richardson Road. That's where my client resides, and his property is just to the east of the subject property. Now, let me first address the application for the variance for the specimen trees. It's been my experience in working in these cases that applicants don't give respect to the requirements for a variance for the removal of a specimen tree. It's been my experience that staff does not focus on the requirements for a variance for the removal of a specimen tree. And in recent months, we've been pushing this issue hard because we think it's an issue that deserves very careful consideration by this planning board. And to date, it's my judgment that staff and the planning board and applicants have not given due weight to this important issue. But we know that the ordinance requires the preservation of a specimen tree. We know that the ordinance requires the preservation of the critical root zone of a specimen tree. We know the definition of a specimen tree. A specimen tree is a tree that has a diameter at chest height of 30 inches or more. That's the key definition. And we know that when the requirement for the preservation of the root zone isn't limited to where the trunk is located. If you have a trunk of a specimen tree that's immediately off-site, but the root zone is on site, it must be considered. If I could ask staff to go to planning staff's PowerPoint slide 12 of 13, this gives us a little insight as to some of the specimen trees on the subject property.
Okay, so Mr. Flanagan here is going to go directly to that. Okay, are you good, Mr. Flanagan?
Slide 12, please.
Of ours, okay.
Yeah. All right, so this is, we're looking, of course, at the PowerPoint, the TCP plan. This is based on the Natural Resources Inventory. And you can see that we have on the left side of this image, the northern portion of the property, and on the right side of the image, we have the southern portion. And this illustration depicts some of the specimen trees. You'll see, for example, if we look at the PMA area on the left side, there are 4 trees in the PMA area. And just in the woodland preservation area, just above that, we see 5 or 6 trees. And then in the proposed area of the residential subdivision, we see 3 trees that the applicant proposes to remove. So these are the trees for which the applicant is seeking a variance to remove. Of course, my client opposes that application. But this illustration is significant additionally because you'll see that it shows several specimen trees in close proximity to the subject property, but off-site. So let's first look to the east of the northern portion. We see at least 1 tree down a little further south, if staff could point the cursor to it, a tree off-site. And then if we look at the southern portion of the property, we see 2 off-site trees to the east and 1 off-site to the west. So the point is that there was an effort here to identify the specimen trees on-site, the specimen trees they propose to remove, and the specimen trees that are off-site but close. Now,
Mr. Nelson, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you tell us where your client's property is on using this slide?
Yes, so, and that's going to be the next slide, but basically, my client's property is generally to the east of that new road ending the cul-de-sac, and you can see the property line down just a little bit further. And if you could blow up that language, you see that's his, but basically his property is on the east side of the northern portion of the northern half of the northern portion of the property in that zone. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we looked at this illustration. We did a field visit, and we say this illustration doesn't reflect the reality on the ground. So if I could ask staff to go to the additional
Mr. Nelson, I'm just going to tell you. Okay, what side you want? It's Mr. Flanagan. I just want you to know who's doing this, Mr. Flanagan, and tell me what side would you like him to go to?
It's the third photograph in the additional backup.
Okay, so let me show you right here. So this is exhibit number 3. This is I don't know if you can see this one. This is it. Okay, it's with the tree, with the big tree.
Yeah, it's not up yet.
Okay, well, I was showing you mine. It's really.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
That's it there. Okay, so yeah, all right. So the tree conservation plan, as depicted by staff, omits this tree. This tree is located on my client's property, 7 feet from the property line. The circumference of the tree, at 4 feet above the ground, 5 feet above the ground, 6 feet above the ground, is 13 feet. 13 feet around. The diameter of this tree, keep in mind that the minimum.
The circumference of the tree or the root? What are you saying?
The circumference
at the top.
of the tree trunk.
Okay.
At 4 feet above the ground, 5 feet above the ground, and 6 feet above the ground, because it's a straight tree there, is 13 feet around.
Wow.
The diameter of this tree.
Look like 13 feet. Okay.
I beg your pardon?
I was talking to myself more or less. From here, I can't see that it looks like 13 feet, but okay.
All right. Indisputably 13 feet around.
Okay.
All right. The diameter is 49 to 50 inches.
Okay.
The minimum size threshold for a specimen tree is a diameter of 30 inches. This tree, by any definition, meets the definition of a specimen tree. Okay. It does not appear on the natural resources inventory submitted by the applicant, omitted it. It does not appear in the tree conservation plan presented by staff, omitted it. And this is indisputable evidence of the existence of this tree.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Nelson. Are you saying that because this is on your client's property, but the root zone then must be
considered?
Yes. Is that what you're saying?
Precisely.
Okay.
And as evidenced by the tree conservation plan, they show other trees off-site that they considered, but didn't consider the one tree on my client's property that's closer than the ones they did consider.
Okay.
All right. Now let's go to the very next image in the additional backup, please. No, I'm sorry. That's the go up one, I think.
That one? No.
No, it's higher up. It's earlier in the sequence.
Earlier.
Go one more. Okay, there. That's it. There.
That one? No.
That one.
Okay.
Yes. All right. This is a Google Earth photograph from 2015. I selected this because I was trying to get an aerial photograph that was taken when the trees were not during the summer months, because I wanted to depict the size of this tree. So this is a photograph from 2015. It was the best one that didn't have a lot of foliage. And you can see the Richardson residence to the east, and you can see the huge canopy of this tree a little bit to the west there by the trailer. That's the tree we've been talking about right there. So the purpose of this photograph is to illustrate to the planning board the breadth of the size of the canopy of this tree. This is the tree that the applicant failed to report on its natural resources inventory. This is this tree that staff omitted from the TCP. Now, if we could scroll down 2 images, please. One more. Okay, let's do there. And so this is a copy of the tree conservation plan that appeared in the staff presentation, but we added to it the information regarding this this tree. You can so I'm going to repeat that we have modified the tree conservation plan to add the location of the tree that we've been talking about, which is right there, and then we superimpose on the image a smaller copy of the photograph that my client took a few days ago. This is how this tree conservation plan should have been drawn or prepared, but was not. All right, so this case, the issue in this case is the applicant has applied for a variance to remove 3 trees. We assert at the outset that the application is deficient because it omitted one of the trees that needed to be considered, the tree we just discussed. But let me address the variance criteria. They appear in section 25-119D1. 25-119D1. The applicant must prove, and understand the burden of proof is on the applicant, not on my client. The applicant must prove special conditions peculiar to the property. Special conditions peculiar to the property. And we know from our Maryland's variance jurisprudence that the phrase special condition peculiar is a synonym for a unique characteristic. Then they must show that that unique characteristic caused unwarranted hardship. All right, so the threshold, then the second requirement, it has to, the applicant must prove that if the rules are enforced against the applicant, he or she will be deprived of a right that everybody else has. The third is that if the variance is not granted, that he'd be denied a privilege that everyone else has. And then there's other requirements, D, E, and F. I want to focus on A, B, and C. So the first question is this site unique? And when you look at the justification, and if you look at the staff report, what you're going to find is that the words that appear on the category, the peculiar conditions, go to, well, this is the development we want to do. We can't do the development we want to do if we don't get this variance. But I want to ask this board to consider this fundamental question. Is this property unique? They must prove that. Our evidence is this property is not unique. And I would ask the staff to go to our additional backup and scroll down to exhibits 5 and 6. These are the images from PG Atlas.
Okay. First, okay, we're getting there.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you hear it? He didn't hear. Mr. Flanagan didn't hear you, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Flanagan. If we could go to the additional backup and scroll down go down one image at a time. All right, let's stop there. Okay, this stop. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we submitted this exhibit. It's unfortunate because inadvertently, when staff uploaded this exhibit to the backup, it cropped it ever so slightly. If you go into the staff's original email that they received from us, it extends further to the west. But you can see the subject property highlighted in red on the western border. And what we want, this is a screenshot from PG Atlas with the green infrastructure overlay. We've all used PG Atlas 1,000 times. We all know how to use it. This is a database that's available to everybody. And you find your location in the county, you pick your overlay. This is the green infrastructure overlay. And what it shows us is that there's the dark green is the PMA, and the light green is the evaluation area or the woodland. And what you see is a PMA coursing all through this area. And if Mr. Flanagan could go scroll down one image, we have a blow up, just it's easier to look at. This exhibit's more workable. All right, but we see here now the subject property highlighted in red. We see the PMA, we see the evaluation area, and I asked the question, is this property unique because it has a PMA coursing through it from west to east? And our answer is no, it's not unique. We see PMAs coursing through many, many, many properties in this area. So our assertion is that there was no evidence that this site was unique. The applicant ignored it. Staff ignored that requirement. We're presenting indisputable evidence that the site is not unique. Now, forgive me for allowing me to making just a purely legal argument. Moreover, the proposed development is to the north of the PMA. That I believe that when you consider the uniqueness issue, you should probably only look at the area that's being developed, and there is absolutely no PMA on that part, and so that's an additional reason why they haven't shown or proven uniqueness. So, as to the first question, is the property unique or peculiar? We say the answer is unequivocally no. We say the applicant and staff have presented no evidence whatsoever to make the case this property is peculiar or unique. The second question is unwarranted hardship. And we know from Maryland variance jurisprudence talks about this principle. And the applicant has the burden to prove that they can't really use the property for any purpose. That you don't get a variance, you can't prove unwarranted hardship just because you can't make quite as much money as you wanted to make. Can't do that. They had options here. The applicant could have reduced the number of lots to avoid the specimen trees. So we assert that the applicant failed to prove unwarranted hardship. With respect to the second, the next requirement, will the enforcement of these rules deprive the applicant of rights that others enjoy? Answer is no. Everybody conforms to these rules. Everyone is required, at least by the law, to conform with the requirement that they preserve the specimen trees. We also assert that the record lacks, administrative record lacks evidence to show that the applicant has satisfied the other requirements of the variance, but I wanted to focus on those key points. So for all those reasons, we urge the planning board to disapprove the application for the variance. The application failed to address all the specimen trees at issue, and moreover, with respect to the 3 specimen trees, they did identify that they failed to present the required evidence to support the variance. I'd like to turn now to the second application. The application for the conservation subdivision. So we all understand what's in play here. The applicant has a difficult piece of property. The applicant has a piece of property that's zoned RR, which requires rather large lots. The property has a military installation zoning overlay. It has a stream, a perennial stream, coursing through the center of it. We have another tributary of that same stream that courses through the southeastern edge of it. We have steep slopes in the southeastern corner of the subject property. This site is a developer's nightmare. So the developer looks at it and says, how can I maximize my profit? And of course we all know this, the developer maximizes profit by maximizing the number of lots. The developer knows he can't get across the stream. The developer knows he's constrained by the steep slopes. So he says, how in the world can I get more lots to the north of the stream to allow me to make the profit I want to make? So someone says, apply for a conservation subdivision, because under the conservation subdivision, the minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet as opposed to the RR, which is 20,000 square feet. All right, so let's look at these issues. You know, I've been trained to begin at the beginning. What does Plan 2035 call for this site? Context sensitive, low to medium density, page 18. Then I say, okay, what's the next plan say? Well, the subregion 5 master plan calls for residential low, not medium, residential low density. So the Plan 2035 calls for context sensitive, low to medium density. The master plan calls for residential low density. And what is the applicant going to do in this case? Let's increase the density, the applicant says. We assert the application to increase the density from 20,000 square feet per lot to as low as 10 violates the requirements of Plan 2035 and the master plan. Then the next layer of inquiry is, what does the zoning ordinance call for? What are the purposes of the RR zone? And is this application consistent with or inconsistent with the purposes of the RR zone? RR zone has a purpose of, quote, moderately large lots and dwellings of various sizes. They want to encourage the preservation of trees and open spaces. That's what the purposes of the RR zone say. We assert that this application is inconsistent with the purposes of the RR zone. What does the subdivision ordinance require? Well, the subdivision ordinance requires conformance with the Plan 2035 and the master plan. This plan doesn't conform to those documents for the reasons I've mentioned. So let's now look at the required findings for a conservation subdivision. We all know what they are. They appear at 24-152K. There are 3 of them. I want to focus on the 3rd. The planning board shall also find that the proposed plan is clearly superior to that which can be achieved through the use of conventional development standards. All right, so what they're saying in layman's terms is, the applicant has the burden to prove to the planning board that this conservation subdivision is superior to the conventional layout. So now, okay, what does the applicant do? The applicant depicts the conventional subdivision. Let's look together at this. This is the, well, first let's look at slide 10 of the staff's PowerPoint, Mr. Flanagan, please.
Pen.
10, please, thanks.
Pen, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Okay. All right, this is the 4-. All right, of course, now we're oriented so north is to the left. We all understand that, right? But what we see is the proposed conservation development on the left side of the image with the 6 lots. We see the PMA running from bottom to top, and we see the perennial stream flowing from the bottom to top, and then takes a right-hand turn and comes back through the right corner of the subject property. And we all know how to read contour lines, and we can see the steep slopes there right by that stream in the right corner of the property. Where those little contour lines come together, that's where the steep slopes are. All right, so I look at this site, and what do I see? I see a PMA area going through the center of it. I see a perennial stream going through the center of it, and I see the perennial stream cutting back into the property. All right, then if we could go to exhibits 5 and 6 of the additional backup, I want to show the planning board the PMA. the full extent of it. I think it's up a little bit.
Okay. Not, okay.
No, one more. No, I'm sorry, it's down. It's down. It's our 5th exhibit.
Okay. I have them here. Let's see. This one?
Can you go one more, please? One more. All right, go. All right, let's stick with this one. All right. So, what I'm trying to show is that this exhibit illustrates that the PMA, the dark green area, follows the stream to hit the southeast corner of the subject property. No, I'm within the contours of the red line. Yeah, that PMA follows the stream there, and that does not appear on slide 10. So I wanted the planning board to see that. All right, so what I take from this is that we have a PMA that courses from west to east. We have a perennial stream that courses from west to east, and we have a stream and a PMA that comes down the eastern edge of the property into the area where those steep slopes are. So now let's go to staff's slide 11 of the PowerPoint. Okay, this is what the applicant says. This is what we can get if we do the conventional layout. And I say, no, you can't. This document has no basis in reality. Let me tell you why. Number one, where is the PMA that's on understand the north to the left here, but so in the upper right-hand corner of the subject property, where's the PMA that we know that we just saw? Where is the perennial stream? Not apparent on this exhibit. Where are the steep slopes on this exhibit? Not evident. So what does it do? It omits the stream, it omits the PMA, it omits the steep slopes. It assumes that they can get permission from the Maryland Department of Environment to build a road through this stream. Well, I ask this is a rhetorical question. Who in this room has ever applied to the Maryland Department of Environment for permission to pave a stream for the purposes of a road? I've done that. I've opposed those, and I assert that there's no way that this applicant can assume he can get permission to cross that stream. So the comparison of the proposed layout as opposed to the conventional layout is a false comparison. That they can't get 7 lots. They can't do this conventional layout. They can't cross the stream. They can't ignore the perennial stream on the right-hand corner of the stream. The reality is, if they did a conventional layout, they would be permitted to have lots no smaller than 20,000 square feet located to the north of the PMA area, in the area where they want to have the conservation subdivision. So what this is really is this is an effort to increase the density of the on the development on the land north of the PMA from 4 to 6 lots. That's what this is all about. So we assert that a conventional development would be superior to the conservation development. Why? Because there would be 4 lots to the north of PMA, not 6, and it would be consistent with the master plan, consistent with the purposes of the RR zone. So we assert that the applicant has failed to prove that it can conform with 24-152 K3 because the proposed plan is not clearly superior to that which could be achieved through a conventional development. Then there's some other technical concerns and staff addresses this. It appears at pages 22 and 24 of your backup, that there's been no proper dedication of the easement. So for all these reasons, on behalf of my client, I respectfully request that the planning board disapprove the application for the variance to remove the specimen trees. And I respectfully request that the planning board disapprove the application for the conservation subdivision. And I'm grateful for the planning board to allow me to present my client's case to you today. Thank you very much. And Mr. Panayiotou is available to testify when the board's ready for his testimony.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate it. And maybe what I'll do, I didn't know if he wanted to speak, given that you represent him, but if he would like to, we certainly welcome his comments.
He'll speak briefly. Yes, I think
that's not to be unduly repetitive, but yeah, sure, that's fine. So how about we go to him first? And I'm going to say it, Mr. Panayiotou.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you very much. Some of it might be a bit repetitive, so I'm going to try to go through what I had to say a little quickly. I've been a resident of the Richardson Road neighborhood since 2007, and I specifically chose this neighborhood because of the qualities it offers being in the rural residential zone. Those qualities include the open space, relatively large lots, which afford some privacy, and the ability to engage in some limited agriculture. I'm opposed to the subdivision as proposed because it is not consistent with those characteristics of the rural residential zone, and it does not afford open space, diversity of lot size, and the other uses. Other subdivisions that have been built around us, into the Evans subdivision to the north, the Cedar Chase subdivision to the east and wrapping to the south, they have maintained the rural residential zoning requirements, including the minimum lot sizes. The high density cluster subdivision being proposed by the applicant is not consistent with those previous development practices. If the applicant really intended to build a high density subdivision, they should have chosen a more suitable site for such activities and not try to shoehorn it in as a conservation subdivision with a justification, as Mr. Macy just pointed out, is rather lacking. They presented a conventional plan that is unbuildable as an example in order to justify the conservation lot. And truly, if they had shown a realistic conservation plan, it would actually be a realistic conventional plan that would have been more conservative than the proposed conservation plan. So I think if the board accepts this type of misleading justification, it will be setting a precedent for future developers to employ similar misleading tactics. And lastly, I'll get to the tree, which was also discussed. If the plan goes forward, my tree is very likely to have its root system damaged. The canopy shows, basically the canopy and the root zone are about the same size, which means that my root zone extends into that property to the area slightly beyond the trailer, which is going to be a road. If they go forward with that, they're going to end up killing my tree. That's going to incur two problems for me. One, it's a huge financial burden to get rid of a tree of that size. And secondly, once that tree is gone, it's irreplaceable. That's a 150 at least year-old tree that will be essentially killed if this goes forward. So that is what I had to say. I thank the board for taking the time to listen to me.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Panayiotou. So I am going to first see if the board has any questions of any of you, and then I have a question of the applicant. Okay, so Commissioner Washington, are there any questions at this juncture?
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Dorner?
Yeah, I want to know from Mr. Nelson, for the denial of the variances that you're suggesting, are you suggesting the denial of all of them or only certain specimen trees?
I'm arguing that the record lacks evidence to justify any variance because there's been no evidence that the property is unique, in my view. So the short answer is we oppose all three. If the question is whether some trees are more important than others, the answer to that question might be yes. So if we're having a discussion with the applicant, maybe that'd be something we could talk about if we could get closer to the conventional layout. But for purposes of this legal proceeding, I respectfully suggest to the planning board that the evidence is insufficient to allow the board to grant any variance.
Yeah, I was actually going to follow up with that second question, in terms of like which ones would you be most opposed to versus not? Because I think at least two of them are close to the PMA, right? And one of them is more closer to the cul-de-sac area. We had an earlier slide on them. Can we go back to slide? I think it's actually the next slide. It's slide 12.
Oh, okay. This one?
Yes. So you've got those three specimen trees right there. There's the two that are real close to the PMA and the woodland preservation area. Are those two that you'd be extremely opposed to the variance on, but not on the other one, or are there? Which ones would you identify as being like the least objectionable?
So I want to answer your question as precise as I can, but the short answer is I haven't had that conversation with my client, but I think this would be the thought process. We believe that there should be a conventional development on this property. We believe that under the law, this developer can get 4 lots here, not 6. We believe that the specimen tree on my client's property is especially important to him and it needs to be considered. And if my sense is that if we could come up with a plan that allows the density 4 lots as permitted by the conventional layout, the conventional rules, protects his tree, that I think that my client would say that those concerns rank higher on the list of importance than do those other 3 trees. So we'd have to see how the revised layout looked, and we'd be happy to look at those issues. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that there are a range of concerns. Density is a big one. His tree is a big one. And if we can confront those issues, we could have a meaningful discussion about how we rank the other 3.
I appreciate the candor, but you're a pretty logical guy, Mr. Nelson. When you come in here and you argue, when you say that you're going to argue on the layout of the lots, not having any sort of special exception to grant a variance, but if your client could keep his tree, then you're willing to kind of back off on the variance. I mean, it seems like, well, is it or is it not? Like, do they meet the criteria or not? Like, this isn't.
Well, excuse me, that wasn't the question. The answer is they do not meet the criteria, period. I understood your question to be, was there any room for dialogue between the parties? And that was the question I responded. So let me make the record very clear. We assert categorically, unequivocally, that the applicant has a total failure of proof with respect to the requirements of the variance, period, for the reasons I mentioned. Ultimately, I understood you to be asking whether we could have a dialogue with the applicant, and that's why I answered the way I did.
That was actually going to be my third question. My second question was more on the lines of the 3 X's on that page, are there ones that you think would be okay to be removed based upon the variance? The third kind of aspect that you started to walk down is, well, if they redevelop the lot, all of a sudden, does that change the criteria of the variance and maybe make it okay where it would meet the criteria, or would my client not be as opposed to my being, putting myself in your shoes?
Then I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, I think the second question was just simply like, is there one of the trees that you think would be okay with not removing? And I believe you already answered that as you don't know because you haven't talked to your client.
Well, no. Well, let me try to. I want to clarify this record because I feel like I've misunderstood your question. Our view is There is no evidence in this record to support the grant of the variance for any of these 3 trees, period. If the second question is, which trees are more important to my client? Well, I'd have to have a conversation with him. I elected to be candid with you because I thought I understood what you were asking. And now I feel as if I made a mistake in being candid with you.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to parse out things just to see how it goes, just to understand how you're coming to the conclusion. I appreciate you being candid. Why wasn't there a conversation? Did you guys try, or kind of what happened along the way to getting to you today here? It's ideal if you can have these conversations and come to an agreement outside ahead of time.
I at some point, Commissioner Doerner, I'd like to jump in here because I'm not sure. Mr. Nelson can give you his view on some of these things, but at some point I've got to get to the applicant here because this is not our burden. This is the applicant's burden, and I really want them to hear from them because they've got to make their case. They've got to tell us exactly how they conform to the legal requirements of the variance and all that.
I totally agree. I just wanted to hear from Mr. Nelson if they tried to meet and it wasn't possible or what kind of happened.
Well, we had sporadic conversations. I will tell you that I am so overwhelmed with work. I got a call from staff yesterday on my mobile phone. I got an email from either the developer or the engineer, I'm not sure which. But we're filing briefs, we're filing cert petitions, I'm doing cases, and
you know what? That might be more. That's a lot of information. You may not want to give out all that information.
It's just that. So the short answer: there have been sporadic, but not meaningful, substantive discussions.
If I may, I did reach out to the
Hold
applicant.
on. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So I just needed to see who was jumping in. I have a lot of little squares on my screen. So I
apologize.
Hey, no worries.
I did reach out to the applicant and we had a rather cordial discussion, but the answer I was given was that no decisions could be made or any arrangements until they had an approved plan so that they would know what they're allowed to do. And then we could have a discussion as to my concerns. So that's pretty much where I was left.
Okay. So, all right. Let me get back to Commissioner Doerner for a second and see if you have additional questions because I definitely got the applicant. Okay.
Not for Mr. Nelson or for his client. I think the back and forth is helpful to understand a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Giraldo. Do you have any questions? You're on mute if you do. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I do need to turn to the applicant here, and I guess it's, I don't know whether Mr. Milkovich or I guess or Mr. Lomagino. Somebody, it seems to be. Hold on a second. It would have behooved you to have an attorney. So now you have to respond to the legal requirements as set forth from Mr. Nelson as to how you meet the variance. That is not the planning department's burden. That's your burden. So I need one by one, if you have the criteria in front of you, if you can go down those.
Well, I'll let my engineer respond to the tree variance question, but if I may, Mr. Nelson did a very good job of laying out what his concerns were. I'd just like to respond to some of them because I'm a little confused here. So I did have discussions with Mr. Panayiotou a while back, several times, but over the last year, but never in any of our discussions was a specimen tree in the topic. It was never mentioned or discussed. When I first discussed this project with him, he was asking if there was going to be a way for him to be able to purchase or have an easement over the portion of the property between our common property line, which is that eastern property line, and the road. And he said it would be for additional planting, landscaping, things of that nature. No one had ever mentioned anything about a specimen tree. I did get an email from Mr. Nelson on December 17th. He said, my client has some concerns. I'd love to have a discussion. I responded immediately that same day and said, sure, share me what your concerns were. And he never responded. That was December 17th. And then this past Monday on February 28th, I was the one that emailed him also and just said, hey, did you mean to share something with me? Because I never received anything. But I'd never received a response from that either. So I heard all of his information today for the first time. But now that I heard it, I just had a couple of questions because the first thing I heard him say was, and I think it was photo number 3, he said he chose a photograph. He wanted to choose an overhead during the summertime months to show the full canopy of the tree. But I noticed, and I don't know if you can pull that tree up, but I didn't see any leaves on the tree.
I think it's tree.
In that photo. Did you guys have an arborist come out and examine? I'm only asking because at some point we'll have to have this discussion, but is that tree alive? That's my first question. And then also, he did respond to, or state that this property is not unique in that it is forested and in the green zone overlay, but I think he went on later to do a very good job of describing how it's unique, because the shape of this property and the fact that it's landlocked on all 3 of the 4 sides, completely landlocked, and there are 2 developable areas on each end of the property separated by a piece of PMA, I would argue that that's very unique, and that it does create difficulty to cross from one development area to the other. I would not seek an MDE permit to pave over a stream. I understand why he was phrasing it that way, but I can show many times where developments have crossed over streams with the use of culverts and had a very minimal impact to a stream. So if his statement, MDE would never allow it, I don't agree with that. They've allowed it many times, and I've built those many times, and we've done a very good job of crossing streams. The site is difficult. He was right when he said that. It's got a stream in the center. It's got steep slopes. It's got specimen trees. It's got a very unique shape. It's bisected by PMA. These are all very unique factors. The fact that it's completely landlocked and there's only access on the north end, that's very unique. It's very unlike most of the sites. I'd say the vast majority of sites in the county that I develop, this is a more challenging one. He was right, and it is very unique in that respect. So I guess my first question is, what's the condition of this tree? I heard mention that if we pave the road, the tree will die. During the time when you were first engaged about this, which was December 17th, I assume, or that's at least when you reached out to me, did you have an arborist come out and do any of this research on the tree? I've never actually seen it. And I know that's hard to believe by the photo he showed because it's huge. But one thing, if you look at his exhibit, not of the photo of the tree, but rather of the site plan, one thing that you will see if you zoom in on our property line is you'll see split wood fence. It's written in one of the, if you look at our plan and you look along the property line, you'll see it says split wood fence. And I never saw what was on the other side of that fence. And when I was walking through the property, when I walked through with the third-party easement holder, when I walked through with the engineers, when I visited the site multiple times, I actually never noticed it because it's not on our property. But it sounds to me like that's the tree that's their concern. And that I also was a little confused when he was saying we would prefer they do a conventional subdivision and just get less lots. And I'm sorry to characterize it this way, but it seemed like one of his concerns was that we would be making too much money on the subdivision. I don't use financial benefit or lack thereof as justification in a subdivision. I never have, and I don't even think it's proper
to criticize somebody for attempting to be profitable at the same time, but it sounds like he kind of broomed that whole argument aside when he said, if you just do the conventional subdivision, that's fine. Yeah, I was confused by that. It seems to me like we should focus on what is going to be the actual impact of the tree that's on Mr. Panayiotu's property, because obviously he's right. I don't want to kill a tree, but I don't know that that's what's going to happen. And I don't think that they know either, because neither one of us are professional arborists. So the impact is very minimal. If anything, I don't see what the critical root zone is, but look at what's in that area. It's a sidewalk and no development proposed in the area where that tree is. So I still agree with staff. I think they did a very good job working with us through the entire project. I agree when they decided that our conservation subdivision layout was clearly superior. I agree with them when they said it then. I agree with them now. I agree with the way that they went through the process. We had a very good dialogue the entire time. They didn't wait until sorry to critique this, but March 1st, this was when all this information was done. We could have spent the last 2 or 3 months having a dialogue with Mr. Nelson, but I understand he was very busy. Maybe I don't know that necessarily is a reason why they shouldn't have had a dialogue with us, though. I'm also very busy, but if I'm too busy to build your house as a home builder, then you would just find a different home builder. You wouldn't just say, well, don't do anything until I have more time. I don't think that's a fair request. So anyway, that's my response. And then ASCO, my engineer, he's far more versed in the code for the tree response.
He can respond to that. I would have, I personally, for something of this magnitude, I would have gotten an attorney, because you're talking legal requirements that are set forth in zone ordinance.
Well, yes. Up until today, my discussions with Mr. Panayiotu were about him entertaining the purchase of an easement alongside our property. Again, no one had ever mentioned anything to us about objecting. No one has ever mentioned any of this, any of the things that they put forth today. This is our first time.
Okay, but that is okay. So
I certainly would have.
I see certain patterns. Let me put it that way. Mr. Nelson may not have indicated exactly what all of the issues were, but you knew they had an attorney, and it's just something that would have behooved you to be able to respond. So if you're going to have your person respond to these requirements, and then our people will jump in, but it's not our burden. So, and it's not fair to our folks to have to yeah, correct. And so, I mean, they're happy to defend their position, but so we, and I know we have 70 days here. You're in your first 70 days, but I don't know where the board is, and I don't know how that. So you're saying that tree was missed, and maybe they didn't have to consider that tree. Maybe they did. I can't answer that. Maybe the tree roots would be affected, maybe not. I can't answer that. And apparently you may not be able to answer yet either, because it's just brought to your attention. So you didn't have the chance to look into it.
Yeah, I certainly would have obtained counsel, but I've never, anytime I've ever engaged in a situation where we had an outside party with an attorney, I didn't find out what their grievance was the day of the meeting. So, I mean, again, like, had he brought this up on December 17th, I would have had plenty of time to address this, or any of the days between then and now. I just find it a little odd to wait, but anyway, I shouldn't comment on that.
Okay, so now you can. You have some options here. We can go forth with your engineer to address these requirements, and then I can turn to our own folks. We have Mr. Burke on from environmental. We have our attorney, but right now that burden lies with you all. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Milkovich.
Okay, so I will just, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, unless you decide you want
to. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just repeat what Mr. Lomangino said. This is first time I heard, about, this issue. I wish, the client approached earlier so that we can talk about, I'm an environmental specialist, and this is my expertise. And, I think that we did, we made every effort, to identify every, specimen trees on the site and around the site in the near vicinity, as well as environmental regulated features, including stream buffer, wetland and steep slope and PMA stuff. So I was personally on the site with my team when, and you can see on this, on exhibit that's right on the screen right now, yeah, we identify all, specimen tree that was on the other side of our property, except, one that, they questioning. Reason for that was, their, split fence, wooden split fence enhanced with, wire, fencing. So there is no any other access, to that 4 feet and higher, that fence. If that was, just split, a fence, we'll, make effort go maybe under and take, I could personally only eyeball, the tree and, but I could not, determine if that really means, specimen, tree requirements when it comes to the size or not. So yeah, the tree is a decent size. I never get a chance to measure, this tree if it's really 30 inches, diameter, from a 3.5 feet above the surface. What I can see, on about this tree, first of all, there is, a tree is not in the best health. Even on the image, on the picture that they, submitted, you can see the mushrooms over all the way to the top on the trees. You can see, vines over, the trees, breakage of the, also from the storms. So I would, I had my arborist with me, and usually his job is to, assess every, specimen tree and see if it's that, issue to, to remove or not remove. So, but we could not do full assessment on this particular tree, again, for the reason that I said, we did not have access, to when it comes to the, critical root zone impact, if you, on this exhibit, you can see that, based on the side, if it's size correct,
hold on
what
a second. Hold on. What, you want us to go back to the exhibit of the tree? I think that was, the citizens exhibit number 3. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, let's go back to that. Okay, hold on a second while we go back to that. Okay, that one?
So, yes. So if that's, picture, you can see at the very top, all the way up top, there is mushrooms all over that tree. So that's really unhealthy, number one. Breakages on top of the canopy, and and vines all over that specimen tree. So I would not say that this specimen tree is in the best health, and I understand I always intention is to preserve specimen trees, but when it comes to this particular tree, I believe there is no significant critical root zone impact. If we know the rules, in this situation we have impact only from one side. The rules that we all use, environmental specialists and arborists, is if as long as we preserve tree diameter. So let's say if he said that this is 13 feet in perimeter, that means that this specimen tree is 4 feet diameter. I don't think so that's that size, but let's assume it's correct. So that we need to, impact of the root zone should not be, inside of 12 feet from the center of the specimen tree. We, we don't impact. We have more setback from the center of this tree than what is the minimum required. Optimum, a solution would be if we providing 5 times of diameter, which in this case we do have. on our side, just across this specimen tree, our, grading is only, less than, 8 inches, cut. So it will not even, get to the, root. So, and those roots, way, smaller, and then, and of course, even, if the impact goes, if it happens that we, hit those roots, we'll take proper measure, do, trenching and pruning and filtration if it's required. Is, common, we doing that, on many projects, and we very familiar with the process of that. But, the thing is, main reason again that we did not show this tree because it was just eyeballing. I noticed this specimen tree. I did not have access, to this because, of the big high fence that we could not get over. And, same thing what Mr. Lomangino said, they never approached, they never asked me about, hey, what's going on with the specimen tree? I want to make sure, what are you going to do? Are you going to save it? Are you going to, or et cetera. So that's when, I thought that we did, there are, natural, NRI plan is complete. And, when it comes to, this area, on the other side of the subdivision where they questioning, so that's, slide 12, they said, if you don't mind, just move slide 12. Okay, so they questioned that there is a, stream at the bottom of the south corner. As you can see, we don't show stream yet, and no PMA because this is only drainage swale, does not meet, stream criteria. We had, when we apply, for this permit, we also approach NDE and, explain to them what is the concept, what we're planning to do, and if it's, requirements, it is, if it's a permit, from them, required or not. They, their response was as long as you don't disturb, PMA, as long as you don't disturb, wetlands, you'll be fine. We walk all the way down to the, corner, south corner, where they're questioning why we don't show, that, stream that does not meet stream criteria. Again, that's the only drainage swale, is not stream. So that's, and when, so we also, to NDE, we presented, our, conventional layout because, that was one of options to cross the stream and, have, 7 lots instead of, 6 lots. But, question was, that it is, it's, the NDE would always prefer, always support no disturbance of wetland, no disturbance of stream, and removing, specimen trees to avoid the removal of these specimen trees. So, I think when it comes to this type 1 conservation plan, yes, it's that tree is missing, but everything else is, I believe, is, complete. And, again, from my opinion, I don't think that this development will cause any damage, and, on this, specimen tree on their side. And if it's definitely, if necessary, we'll take all, measures when we, if it's necessary, when
so let me,
the pruning, trees.
Let me ask you this. Are you prepared to address 25-22B1G and 25-119D1?
Not yet, no.
You what? Are you prepared to address those?
I need to talk to my, client about this.
Okay.
To Joe Lomangino. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if I may.
Response. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I gotta see who that is. Is that Mr. Lomangino?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
so I don't see you
So,
anymore.
yeah, so I'm unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, caught a little unawares because I thought we were going to be discussing a completely different topic. But I believe that we did go through this process with the staff, and they recommended approval of the variance because they felt that we did meet the burden.
They did.
Yeah,
But
and so I
turn to you all.
yeah, so I don't intend to second guess them. There have been times where they have not recommended approval,
Sure.
and I've gone straight back to the drawing board, and I believe all of you bore witness to that on my previous planning board meeting a couple of months ago. So we went right back to the drawing board and we took their comments and we revised our entire plan based on it. But I don't intend to try and argue with the staff's determination. I intend to go along with it.
So how are you responding to what Mr. Nelson said about that it was a false comparison between the conventional subdivision and the conservation?
Oh yeah, I mean, he took I agree that he took a very strong stance, and he determined, in his opinion, that it would absolutely not be a practical subdivision at all in his experience as an attorney. But I believe that the county staff, in their experience as land planners, disagree with that and agreed with our application. Now, his argument was that the reason that the conventional subdivision wouldn't be possible is because, for one, it would be too expensive, but that doesn't make it not possible. And then also because there was PMA that was ignored, but it was not ignored. We specifically addressed it with MDE multiple times. Staff is all aware of this. Now, Mr. Macy has been very busy for the last couple of months, so he didn't get a chance to review all of that. He looked at the PG Atlas overlays. I don't know if he reviewed the NRI and all of the months of dialogue we had with staff and with MDE. So he's in a little bit of a disadvantage to be able to make those determinations. I don't agree with them. I agree with the staff, and we spent a lot of time over the last couple of months working with them to make sure that we did meet the intent of these rules, and they agreed with it, and that's why they gave us their support.
Okay. So we basically want staff to carry this. Okay. So let me ask this.
Oh no, I didn't mean. I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. I mean that it's not solely on their shoulders. But again, we've spent I don't know. ASCO can remind me. Over a year working with them to get the application to a point where they would support it.
Okay.
You know,
Excuse me. Someone needs to be muted. Mr. Flanagan, if you can do that. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Oh yeah. I was just saying that I don't mean to suggest that it's solely on their shoulders. I think what I was saying is that when we first started, there were several items that the staff had concerns about that we worked our way through. So this didn't start on day one as a flowery, rosy situation here. We worked with them through all of their concerns. They were very fair, but they didn't pull any punches, you know. And so if they recommend approval, I don't think that they would recommend approval of a subdivision that completely misses the mark and bears no resemblance to an application that meets the criteria, as Mr. Macy said. Although strongly he did say it, I don't agree with it. And I really, again, I can't stress this enough. I really wish that he would have brought this to my attention in December, because this would have been a lot easier dialogue to have. I would.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I see Mr. Burke is on, and Ms. Coleman is on, and so whoever wants to jump in here now. Mr. Burke, did you have something to add? I see you.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Thomas Burke. I'm the supervisor for the environmental planning section. I just want to raise a few short points here. One is to correct the record. from Mr. Macy's testimony that staff omitted that particular tree from the TCP. Staff doesn't create plans. We are purely a review agency in this capacity, and we rely entirely on the certified plans by a qualified professional. We do, from time to time, we do prefer, I should say, to go out into the field and verify the information. That's usually, unfortunately, based on workload, that's usually more reactive than it is proactive. And we, you know, if there is suspicion or a complaint or an inquiry or, you know, a concern, we'll typically go out to the site, but we don't have the opportunity to go out on all sites, and we do rely on the accuracy of the plans. Now that tree is, as we've discussed, it is off-site. The plans should, the NRI should show environmental features within 100 feet of the property. That's not always possible. Sometimes it's a best guess. Sometimes, you know, you're not able to gain access to the property. Another point Mr. Macy made was the green infrastructure plan. That does, I just want it to be clear that does not constitute a site scale or a scaled assessment of the property or of the green infrastructure network. That is all basic information. It is the 2017 Resource Conservation Plan specifically states that this is a generalization of the features and not to constitute an exact depiction of the green infrastructure, the green infrastructure areas. With regard to the critical root zone impacts, the impacts should remain below 30%. Even at below 30% of, 30% of the critical root zone, there's a formula to determine that, and an NRI that shows the tree with the critical root zone should depict the percentage of that disturbance to the root zone. It should remain below 30%, and even below 30%, we would recommend root treatments be employed to protect the tree and ensure the survivability of it. In a case like this, the tree is 7 feet from the property line. There is grading along that boundary line or just inside that boundary line to create a swale. And undoubtedly, there will be impacts to that critical root zone, and that should be protected. I think I could go on maybe about the variances, but maybe I'll let our legal office answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burke, and I'll come back to you if there's any questions. But and I think Ms. Coleman can probably address the criteria and whether it complies with the criteria, and of course Ms. Gupta can join in as well. So whichever one of you wants to join in at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Lisa Coleman, Associate General Counsel. For the record, I think the important thing to recognize with what Councilor Nelson indicated was that he is basically describing what is a zoning variance. This isn't a zoning variance, it's a tree variance. And in reviewing that, staff indicated that there is a peculiar situation in that the location of which the development is where it includes the areas of these variance trees, and it could not be developed without the removal of these variance trees. And if we're talking about the property as a whole, I found that Mr. Lamangia, I believe the applicant, stated that the PMA going through the middle of the property, the regular shape of the property and the steep slopes of the property also lead to what would be considered peculiar circumstances surrounding the property that would amount to the level of being peculiar. As far as the other conditions or requirements for the variance, Mr. Nelson didn't really address those or challenge those, but this is a residential rezoned property. And it would be expected that the developer could create residential properties on that parcel. So it would create a hardship if they weren't able to develop in the without the removal of those variance trees. And I think I can go to Ms. Gupta to justify the other conditions, but I just will state them that the request is not based on conditions or circumstances that are the result of actions of the applicant. There's no contention here that that is the case. The request that it does not arise from a condition relating to neighboring property isn't contended here. And the granting of the variance will not affect water quality. There's been no mention of that either. So with that, staff's determination that the variance is something that should be granted is reasonable.
Okay. Okay, and now, thank you. And then we're going to hear from Ms. Gupta, and then I have to take a nature break, and I don't want to leave you without something. So we don't have to go far. We can just turn our cameras off for like 5 minutes. But after this, Ms. Gupta, that'll be after Ms. Gupta. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, again, my name is Mridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Before I go into the staff's findings, why we supported the conservation subdivision and the findings, just wanted to clarify a couple of points that Mr. Macy Nelson made, that the subdivision is creating a higher density or medium density residential subdivision. That's not the case. This in the RR zone, the allowed density is 2.17 dwelling units per acre. This being a 6.35 acres, so the allowed density would generate a minimum of 13 lots, 13 dwelling units. As you can see, the number of proposed dwelling units is less than half. It's 6 dwelling units rather than the 13 allowed. Mr. Nelson was trying to confuse density with lot area, that they're getting a higher density with the 10,000 square feet lot area with a smaller lot area, but that's not the case. There are two separate items. A lot area does not lead to a smaller lot area doesn't lead to a higher density. They're two different things. But just to clear that fact where confusion was being generated on that issue. Coming back to the criteria of the conservation subdivision, as I had summarized in my presentation, that staff found that this clearly was a superior, this plan was superior to a conventional subdivision because it created a more robust open space. As you can see, the consolidation of open space on the southern part of the property, preservation of the PMA in its entirety. There's no impacts proposed to the PMA area. Most of the specimen trees, I believe there were 16 specimen trees on the property. Most of them in the PMA area, and those located near the steep slopes, they have been preserved. So that's the point I would like to make, that's the reason that the staff found that this was clearly superior to what could have been achieved if the applicant went in with a traditional subdivision with larger lots, minimum 20,000 square feet lots, with more grading, more land disturbance. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gupta. Okay, all right, so I'm going to take 5 minutes we can stay or not stay, but it's imperative that I do that, a nature break. Yeah, we'll just pause, just put everybody on mute and everything for a second. Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we have everyone? No. Commissioner Geraldo and the applicant.
I'm here.
Oh, Commissioner Geraldo, you're there. Okay, and then do we have?
I'm here as well.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Okay, we got everybody. Okay. All right. So we heard from Ms. Gupta last, and I guess the applicant at this point has the ability to go last. Macy Nelson's made his case on behalf of the opposition, and the applicant gets to do summation, and we do whichever way it goes. Okay. Now let me see if the board has any questions of anyone. Let me start there. Commissioner Washington.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Dorner. Okay. Commissioner Geraldo.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. I know you have a hard stop. Okay. Okay. Let's see where we are. Mr. Lomagino, do you wish to close out?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As I guess in summation, I would just say that I feel that the critique that we received from the neighbor, first of all, I appreciate the fact that he has these concerns, and I don't want to sound like I'm being dismissive of it at all, because I'm not. I would happily take the time needed to work through a resolution, but unless we exercised the waiver of our 70-day mandatory action, I wouldn't be able to do that otherwise. So I guess what I would say is, if the planning board feels that they have enough information between our application and the staff's recommendations, and they're willing to be accepting of this proposal, then I would happily just complete it, and then maybe I would just have a small amount of satisfaction knowing that I was one of the last cases that you approved, Madam Chair, before your retirement. But if you feel that this is an issue that left unresolved would give you pause, then I would just suggest that we could defer, as much as I don't want to do that, because I do feel that we do meet the criteria for the variance to remove the trees. I do not agree that we're requesting an unreasonable conventional layout for our subdivision at all. I think it is completely doable. It's based on the natural resource inventory, not on the PG Atlas, which, as helpful as it can be sometimes, I can tell you, is not something that you can trust 100% if you're doing feasibility on risking dollars on a property. And the fact that we are intentionally going out of our way, at great expense to us, mind you, to do this third-party easement. I mean, it is not an inexpensive process, especially for a property this small. It probably would, on balance, cost us less to go across the PMA and build a conventional subdivision, but that's not what we're looking to do here. I'm looking to reduce our development footprint, reduce our impact to the environment, and in doing so, and in contracting our developable area, and removing the entire southern portion of the property, where if we were to develop, we could spread the houses out more and we could build in between the trees, so to speak. We're unable to do so, which is why we sought the variance and why staff approved it. I continue to agree with them. I think they were fair and I think they were very judicious in their reasoning. And but I just want to point out that if you on the board feel that this is, I don't know, too big of an ask, then I could take the time to work through with Mr. Panayiotou, but I just want to be clear on what it is that his concern is, because it sounds like the concern is the protection of this tree on his property, and the rest of it was kind of, I don't want to say embellishment, but the rest of it was I don't think is justified. I don't think their argument was justified. But there are very simple measures we can do to protect this tree, and we can do them without impact to the development at all. But I guess I would leave it up to the planning board in that case.
All right, I thank you for that. And so it is up to the board. I mean, if they feel they need more information, they can continue it. If you feel you have enough, you could, one way or the other, you can make a motion one way or the other. But, okay, Commissioner Washington?
Yes, are you calling for a motion?
I'm saying if you are ready for a motion. Yeah, I'm saying either. If you're ready for a motion, make a motion. If any of you felt you needed more information and would like to continue, that's another option. So whichever. But if you're ready, that's fine. Okay.
I am prepared to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, motion.
And in so doing, I would just ask Mr. I do remember you, Mr. Lamangino, because I remember calling you Mr. Lamborghini the last time you were here before us.
And I never got any of those checks in the mail after you upgraded me.
I'm comfortable with where we are. And so, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-21028 TCP 1-019-2021 and approve the variance to section 25-122B1G along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have is there a second? I can second it for purposes of discussion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, you second it for purposes of discussion. Okay, is there discussion? So we have a motion by Commissioner Washington and seconded by Commissioner Dorner. Do you have discussion? No? Yes?
Well, I would like, I think I need a little more information given all the context. And so that's how I feel personally. I mean, if there could be a continuance and if something could be worked out, I would feel more comfortable. I understand the landowner's concern about that one particular tree, especially given its size and age. And I'm not an arborist, so I can't say if the tree is dying or not, but and it provides him a great tree canopy. So I just need a little more time or more information relative to that.
Okay, so Commissioner Dorner, where are you on the information? You seconded it for purposes of discussion only. So because we'll have 4 people, so it's an even number. You're just gonna either motion passes or fails. And if you are in agreement with Commissioner Giraldo, then the motion will fail, and either we vote it down or she withdraws it.
So I do agree with Commissioner Giraldo, but I'll say kind of slightly different reasons. I would concur that, yeah, it's difficult for us to just look at a picture and know whether or not a tree is healthy or isn't, particularly because I'm not an arborist either. I think it's a bit premature for us to make a decision about one particular off-site specimen tree just based on some pictures today that no one's actually looked at the tree. And I don't think that's appropriate. Okay. From like a legal standpoint, I'm not entirely sure that I realize staff has the criteria that they've started to justify. I realize that our legal counsel has provided their responses that are consistent with the staff's recommendations. for the applicant's knowledge, like, it doesn't mean that we have to agree with that. So we don't always agree with the staff on certain elements. So you can't trust the staff to do your case. And that's where I kind of have a problem with this is I could see it potentially going that way, depending on how the criteria are argued from a legal standpoint. But I'm not entirely sure that this hardship wasn't brought upon the applicant by himself or herself. Like it's because of the construction of this plan that all of a sudden hardships are claimed with the layout of this site. Like you could probably drop out one or two of these lots and not have to claim the variance for some of these specimen trees. You could go right through them and draw a street right through all of them and need the variance for sure. But this would be developable. This isn't that you can't develop six lots. I mean, I think right now it's being proposed as 6 in a certain design. We haven't seen any kind of information about whether other designs are not possible. We haven't seen any information about whether or not, or heard any testimony about whether the houses couldn't be structured in a different way to not damage some of these roots in these trees. And I think it's just premature to be making an argument on that, because I haven't even heard any counter arguments. I have to like play over in my head, like what I think I would put myself in the shoes if I was the applicant, like arguing against, and that's just not appropriate because I haven't heard those legal arguments, and that would have been helpful to have had those. So I think if the applicant were to be interested in continuing the conversation and close out the loop with the other council, that might be helpful just to have known some of the other aspects that are kind of left unknown at the moment. That it's unfortunate Mr. Nelson didn't raise these objections before today or yesterday or whenever it was. Like having the timely conversations are really important. And now we know the issues, unfortunately. It would have been great if we had known these issues a month ago or 2 weeks ago. But I'm not really supportive of the application at the moment. It doesn't mean I wouldn't be supportive of it after hearing a little bit more, but I'm just not buying some of the legal arguments, and I don't think our staff should have to make them all the time.
Okay, let me ask this question. So we've had some discussion, and there may be more, but clearly this motion is not going to pass. Okay, so I think the motion can either be withdrawn or we can vote it and it'll get voted down. Then there could be a substitute motion. That's up to you, Madam Motion Maker.
Yeah, well, I'll happily amend the motion, but I guess it begs a question because I can certainly make a motion that we continue, but then it becomes a matter of continue for how long, because it has to be a date certain. Yeah. I actually associate myself with the comments of both of my colleagues. And I would say also to Mr. Nelson that it is unfortunate that a lot of this was not raised in a much more timely manner. You've been before this body on numerous occasions, and you know how we stress that, not only working with the community, but all parties impacted and involved are aware of the concerns and make a first-rate effort to try to address them before it comes to this body. This planning board sits in the spirit of doing what's in the best interest of this county, and we represent the entire county, regardless of what side you're on. So I would just like to offer that as part of my discussion. So I'm happy to
respond to that, Madam Chair.
Excuse me?
May I respond briefly to those comments?
No, point of order, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're in the middle of deliberations, but I would say, okay, so if you're happy to amend your motion or withdraw and offer a substitute motion, whichever, we would definitely need a date specifics, because otherwise it has to be posted all over again. So you'd have to have a date specific. It would also, you would also need that 70-day waiver, because we would then be going into the next 70 days for a subdivision, so which has a maximum life of 140 days. So,
but the applicant needs to do the waiver, correct?
The applicant needs to do that on the record and in writing. And I would like to echo on the sentiments of actually everybody. I mean, so some things came up today that we weren't prepared to address as much, and nor was the applicant. I still maintain, Mr. Macy Nelson is a veteran attorney who's been before us many times. If you know you have an application when you're up against a veteran attorney like that, you should be prepared. You should be prepared. And by the same token, Mr. Nelson, you have been before us many times, and and I know you said before you couldn't meet with them because you were busy. You're an attorney in the private sector. I've been in the private sector too, so I know how. And I mean, even in the public sector, I know how extraordinarily busy we are. But it helps, honestly, in the spirit of collegiality and trying to get the best, even if when you're on different sides, that collaboration, that conversation is important. And so typically when we're in open session, when attorney has a matter before us, they share the cases with our attorneys, and there's much discussion. Attorneys on either side or citizens on either side, there's much discussion to try to further the case along, or to get so that each side has a better understanding of where the other side stands. And so that, yeah, but you can right after the vote, okay? Right after the vote, because we're right in the middle of it, but we will stay on to make sure you can respond to those comments, okay? So we endeavor to do the best that we can for Prince George's County, because that is what we have been charged to do. That is what we're appointed to do. And we have to do it consistent with the laws that have been enacted by the council and by the, as interpreted by the many courts, and that's what we endeavor to do. And it's not easy, but, and that is why we ask that there be extensive communication between parties. But then again, Mr. Lomagino, that burden is not on us. So that's something, it's not on we have, I believe, stellar attorneys. We have a tradition of stellar attorneys over there in that legal department. And we appreciate all of the work that you've done, Ms. Coleman. But it's not entirely yours to do. Okay. So what's your substitute, and how much time would you need? Let's figure that out.
Yeah.
I mean, not you, the applicant. I guess that's what, and then the applicant would have to state, yeah.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
I am.
Okay.
No, I am asking you.
Well, so I guess it depends on what our aim is. So I would need, first of all, to have I would have to see an arborist report of the condition of the tree, and then we would have to come up with a mitigation plan for how to properly develop around it and be sensitive and thoughtful about the tree's existence. I don't know if they have a report, but the only other thing I would just point out is that it's been greater than 70 days since I asked Mr. Paniotu's attorney to tell me what the concerns were. So it's been maybe 75 or 80 days since that request went unanswered. So I didn't even know that he was going to still be on the case, so to speak. So I mean, first I would need enough time to diagnose the condition of the tree and to prepare a plan, maybe 30 days or so for that. But also I would need them to be the lack of communication is not going to work if I send this to the other party and then I don't get a response because they're too busy. I don't know how to prepare a day count for that.
Okay, let me stop. Okay, now I will, for purposes of picking a time, I know you have other comments you'd like to respond to, Mr. Nelson, but in terms of picking a time and fostering greater communication, what time frame would work for you and your client? Would the 30 days or more work for you?
Well, I object to this continuance. When my clients ask for a continuance, they never get a continuance. My clients don't have the burden of proof. I don't have the legal obligation to advise the applicant what the requirements of the law are. That's not my responsibility. So I oppose the continuance. There's been a total failure of proof in this case, and I believe the law requires the disapproval of this application. If the board elects to grant a continuance, which I think is grossly unfair to my clients, we prepared And keep in mind, this staff report was issued, what was it, 14 or 17 days ago. That's when we understood what the issues were in this case. It wasn't 75 days ago. We learned about the details of this case when we saw the staff report. And I have no obligation to educate my adversary as to what the law requires him to do. I have no obligation to tell him to hire a lawyer. He chose not to. So we object to a continuance. If the board elects to grant a continuance, I don't know what my responsibilities are during that. But if the request is, Nelson, how much time do you need to tell the applicant what the law requires? No, I'm never going to do that.
Let me say something to you, Mr. Nelson. I refuse to be characterized that way. Nobody said to you that you have to tell the applicant what the law is. Nobody has said that, so please don't characterize it that way. We did not say that. I did not say that.
Well, I understood.
I did. So, well, you understood incorrectly.
Well,
I'm sorry.
That's what I understood the applicant to be telling me to do. Meet with him and tell us what the law requires. I'm not going to do that.
No, I didn't hear the applicant say, tell him what the law requires. They were concerned about, they want to talk about that tree, and they did ask for access to that tree, and they did talk about getting an arborist. So I did not hear, if I missed that, I did not hear that. Secondly, I wanted to say to you that don't say you're a client, you've represented people a lot, all the time, you've never gotten a continuance, because I know when you've gotten a continuance. I know when you've gotten a continuance. Now, granted, it is not all the time. I concede that. But you have gotten continuances here.
Well, if the question on the table is how much time do we need to make the tree available for his arborist, we can do that promptly.
And they will be able to see the tree? Okay.
Of course, we'll provide access. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And then the other thing we can do is whatever the decision is of the board at that time, we don't have to start from scratch. This record will be preserved. And then it can be supplemented if it's continued. You know, there'll probably be one abstention or two abstentions at that point. But, you know, it can be continued. And the only other thing we can do, depending on what the decision is at that time, you know, maybe the resolution can be slightly expedited. I don't know, but that's not up to me. So Mr. Lomagino, would 30 days work? Because it's not the applicant asking for the continuance this time. It is the board saying they don't have enough information. So I've had two members of the board say that. Okay.
I don't need 30 days to get an arborist on site. However, I could probably do that within the next 7 to 10 days, I would imagine. I have several arborists I could call on, but I would need a little bit more time after that to take whatever the arborist recommendations are, and then also to be thoughtful about how to responsibly develop around the tree to make sure we aren't impacting it negatively or that we're taking whatever mitigation efforts. So I think 30 days is fair. I certainly was not asking for any legal advice from Mr. Nelson. I was asking for a commitment to respond in a reasonable amount of time, since I think the maximum continuance allowable is 70 days. And it's been longer than that since he reached out and said, we have concerns. And I said, share them. And he did not respond. That was my concern, is the response time. I don't want to, agree to 30 days, come up with a game plan in 20 days and then not get a response for God knows how long.
Okay. I was thinking maybe April 7th or April 14th, but let me see, Ms. Gupta, your hand is
yes,
up.
Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. For the record, Murder Life of the subdivision section. So 70-day extension would fall on May 20th. And so staff recommends that the continuance be held on May 5th. That would give adequate time for the applicant to do further investigation of the tree, revise the NRI and the TCP1, submit that to the staff, and for staff to review and revise their reports and publish them on time for the planning board to review also.
Ms. Goopy, you said May. I mean, 30 days from today is April 7th. Are you? I just want to make sure.
More than in staff's opinion, it would be more than 30 days to process and for this applicant to revise the plans, submit them, because we would need the NRI and the TCP1 revised and show location of the tree correctly.
Okay. and so
when you add on the
what's
step
date
part.
again? I'm sorry, what's the date you're suggesting again? May 5th, you said?
Yes, madam. Yes,
Thank you
madam.
thank you for clarifying. Madam Chair, with that, I'd like to withdraw my earlier motion and move that we continue preliminary plan 4-21028 until May 5th.
Is there a sec? We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, did you already second it first, Commissioner Dorner, or no? It was okay. So all right. So seconded by Commissioner Giraldo. Okay, Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye, and just a reminder about the applicant being on record about the waiver. So.
Right. Mr. Lomagino.
Yes, ma'am. So this is Joe Lomagino, the applicant. I'll state on the record that I'm requesting the waiver to the 70-day action.
You're granting it.
And then
okay.
I would have to provide it in writing as well within.
You're granting okay.
I'm sorry?
I said you're granting the waiver, the 70-day waiver, right?
Oh, yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. And that you will provide it in writing. Okay, so thank you for that. So we have a motion by Commissioner Washington, seconded by Commissioner Giraldo. And then you said, Commissioner Washington, you voted aye. Commissioner Dorner?
I'll vote aye, and then I just want to kind of a tip for the applicant. Part of my discussion in the earlier motion wasn't just on the tree; it was on some of the legal aspects, which I don't know if it's being completely heard or understood. And I'll let you take that statement to interpret what you might want to do. But I don't think you should ignore that going forward. And I'll vote aye.
Okay, and then we have Commissioner Giraldo.
I'm in favor of the motion.
Okay. The ayes have it 4-0. Now Mr. Nelson, I know you it seems like you may have taken exception or had some comments with regard to the comments that were expressed earlier, and I promise to afford you this opportunity, but just not in the middle of the motion. Okay.
I understood the board to move and approve a continuance on the narrow issue of the tree on the property line that they didn't consider.
That's not true. That's not true, Mr. Macy.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make my...
Commissioner Dorner explained that it's much more than one tree.
Okay, but that's, okay, let's see where you're going headed with that, but it was more encompassing than that, but let's see where you're headed.
And that's what I understood was done, and Commissioner Dorner's comment to me suggested that there might be ambiguity as to whether this case is reopened on the other issues.
The case is not closed at all. The case is not closed. So no. So it's not like a you know what? It's not like a reconsideration on a specific issue. This case is being continued, so it's not. It's not off bounds. It's not off limits.
Right. So I object to that process, and I'd like the opportunity to spend 30 seconds explaining the basis of my objection.
Okay.
We prepared for this hearing, my client and I. We were ready for this hearing. The applicant wasn't. There was a total failure of proof. Now there was a motion to continue the case, and I respectfully suggest, unfair to my client to give this applicant an additional 60 days to hear my arguments, use this hearing as essentially a discovery tool, and come back and address the deficiencies in their case. That, I respectfully suggest, is unfair to my clients. The plaintiffs, the citizens, would never be afforded that luxury. If they blew their preparation and weren't able to present the evidence, they would never be given an extension such as this to present a more thorough opposition. So,
Mr. Nelson granted you such an extension before, and where you had an opportunity to take that time and go. You wanted to go meet with the county executive and meet with county elected officials. Do you remember that?
I have never been granted an extension to fill the deficiencies of my case the chair granted an extension in that case because that was a mandatory referral case where the county violated its obligation to reach out to the community. There is, I respect, there's just no comparison. And it's grossly unfair, I argue, to my clients to give the applicant this time to cure the deficiencies in their evidence. Unfair. So I object to it. If the question is they need time to assess that tree, we'll make that tree available. That's not a problem, but it's unfair to give them a second chance to prove their case. I object to it.
Okay, we have continued many a case for either side to when it's a lot of citizens and they feel when they haven't been prepared or didn't have enough. Sometimes we've continued the cases for those reasons. I mean, the board here felt like they didn't have enough information, particularly with something that came up today. But it may not be limited to what came up today. But you made some points and that all centered around that mostly centered around a tree. Mr. Nelson, and then in the course of discussing that tree, you argued that they didn't meet the criteria for the variance for that tree, and while you're at it, for any of the other three specimen trees, the other two specimen trees. So, but what the crux of the matter seemed to have been this one tree. So
no, that's not correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm mistaken.
The argument was they failed to present the required evidence to justify a variance for the three trees. The second argument was they totally ignored the second tree, the fourth tree. So our argument.
Madam Chair, this is David Warner, Principal Counsel. I need to interrupt. That the matter's been continued, correct?
Yeah. Yes,
so
but I
don't think additional discussion on the matter that gets into the substance of it is appropriate.
Okay. I did and your point is well taken, Principal Counsel Warner. I did, however, promise. I mean, we are an administrative entity. We are bound by some rules of evidence, but not the entire rules of evidence that a trial court would be bound by. So, and so we have some leeway. I did afford Mr. Nelson the opportunity because he wanted to raise a question based on comments that we made. And we were in the middle of a vote and in the middle of discussion, so it was inappropriate at that time. And I did promise him the opportunity to make some statements. He has made them. So at this point, you know, the matter has been continued until May 5th. And your point is still well taken, but I have to own that. That was me offering him the opportunity that he didn't have during the motion. Okay. With that, this matter is over for today. It was continued until May 5th. I think, you know what, it's been a long case, a long day. You know, it's been a long case and a long day. And I think everyone should take a deep breath here now because tensions are high, understandably. But I'm going to close the way I typically begin. Tough times. Everybody's sick of the pandemic. We're all working ourselves to the bone, to a frenzy. And I'm going to go back to collegiality, being kind, and looking out for one another. And that's how I'm closing today. So with that, I wish everyone a good day, rest of the day, a good weekend. Mr. Hunt, my question at this point in time is there any additional business to come before the planning board today?
Madam Chair, there's no additional business before the planning board today.
Thank you. Planning board is adjourned.